in political affiliations, religious persuasions, tribal or sectional background. It's after the election is all and done.
Justice is here. This is here. We only have our PVC. We want to vote.
We have stayed for 3 days without eating. How election will be conducted successfully?
Good morning out there. You're watching Nigeria Decides 2023 here on Arise News. I'm Ruben Abati.
I'm Ayo Mairo Essay.
And I'm Rufai Asina. We've got a great show lined up for you over the next 6 hours. So sit back, relax, and let's get into the thick of things here on Nigeria Decides 2023.
After the long wait for the results of the 2023 presidential election results, the Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, has declared the presidential candidate of the All Progressives Congress, APC, Bola Ahmed Tinubu, as a winner of the 2023 presidential election. The chairman of the Independent National Electoral Commission, Professor Mahmood Yakubu, declared Tinubu the winner at exactly 4:30 a.m. today in Abuja.
The former Lagos State Governor polled a total vote of 8,794,726 to defeat his closest rival and the presidential candidate of the People's Democratic Party, PDP, Atiku Abubakar, who scored 6,984,520 votes, and Peter Obi of Labour Party, who polled 6,101,533 votes. The presidential candidate of New Nigerian People's Party, NNPP, Rabiu Kwankwaso, came a distant fourth with the total votes of 1,496,687 votes.
And on the show today, we're taking a look at the president-elect Ahmed Bola Tinubu's victory and the reactions from opposing parties, among other talking points on the presidential elections, with seasoned analysts on Nigeria Decides 2023.
Welcome back to Nigeria Decides 2023 here on Arise News. After a long wait at the National Collation Center in Abuja, Bola Ahmed Tinubu, the candidate of the All Progressives Congress APC, has been declared the winner of the presidential election. Chairperson of the Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, Mahmood Yakubu, announced the results in the wee hours of Wednesday. Professor Yakubu said Tinubu secured a total of 8,794,726 votes. Atiku Abubakar of the People's Democratic Party, PDP, had the second highest figure with 6,984,520 votes, while Peter Obi of the Labour Party was next with 6,101,533 votes. Professor Yakubu added that the issuance of the certificate of return to Tinubu will take place at 3 p.m. on Wednesday. President Muhammadu Buhari heartily congratulates the winner of the 2023 presidential election, the candidate of the All Progressives Congress, APC, Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu. Reacting to the results just announced, President Buhari said, and I quote, I congratulate His Excellency Bola Ahmed Tinubu on his victory. Elected by the people, he is the best person for the job. I shall now work with him and his team to ensure an orderly handover of power. The election was Africa's largest democratic exercise. In a region that has undergone backsliding and military coups in recent years, this election demonstrates democracy's continued relevance and capability to deliver for the people it serves. Within Nigeria, the results reveal democracy's brightening in our country. Never has the electoral map shifted so drastically in one cycle. In the presidential elections, states in all regions across the nation change color. Some amongst you may have noticed my home state amongst them. The winning candidate did not carry his own home state either. That happens during a competitive election. Votes and those that cast them cannot be taken for granted. Each must be earned. Competition is good for our democracy. There is no doubt the people's decision has been rendered in the results we look at today. The president continued, that is not to say the exercise was without fault. For instance, there were technical problems with electronic transmission of the results. Of course, there will be areas that need work to bring further transparency and credibility to the voting procedure. However, none of the issues registered represent a challenge to the freeness and fairness of the elections. End of quote. Well, there we have it this morning. Joining us to analyze, hear this on Nigeria Decides 2023. The first post the announcement of the winner by the chairman of INEC is Mr. Emmanuel Efeni, our Rise news analyst. And of course, we have Dr. Sam Amadi joining us from our Abuja studios in the course of this morning's conversation. Mr. Ifeni, good morning.
Good morning, Ayo, Myro, Ese. Good morning, Dr. Baji. Good morning, Rufai.
Morning.
Yes, it's
Morning,
a
sir.
new day in Nigeria because we have a new president-elect, a man who will take over from President Muhammadu Buhari on May 29, 2023, when there will be change of guard. It's a historic day in Nigeria because after the presidential election on February 25, nation had been waiting with bated breath for the man who emerged as the winner. And early this morning, the chairman of INEC, Professor Mahmood Yakubu, announced the winner, and it's none other than Bola Ahmed Tinubu, one-time governor of Lagos State, a consumer politician who has earned his stripes along the line. And today is the president of Nigeria. We cannot but congratulate him, no matter all the reservations political parties have, of course, without prejudice to the reservations from other political parties who have options of pursuing their grievances using all the legal means available to do so. So once again, we congratulate ourselves as Nigerians on this occasion of the emergence of the president-elect, Bola Ahmed Tinubu. And we'll say that, well, it was a well-fought political battle, as it were. The election keenly contested. I think in recent memories, this must be the keenest of contests when it comes to presidential poll, with the difference between the winner and his closest rival, less than 1 million votes. Yes, Atiku Abubakar polled 8 million, no, the Bola Ahmed Tinubu polled 8,794,726 votes, while Atiku, his closest challenger, polled 6,984,520 votes. Peter Obi, a man who has brought a different coloration to the political geography of this state, of the country, polled 6,101,533 votes. And of course, Kwankwanso, just over 1 million, about 1,496,687 votes. That's Kwankwanso, the candidate of the New Nigerian People's Party. So it's a keenly contest. It's been a keen contest by every standard. But the president of the Federation, President Muhammadu Buhari, in congratulating the winner of a deed, acknowledged that yes, there were flaws in the election. In his view, not enough. The challenges faced during the polls, not enough to, of course, vitiate the sweetness of the victory. Of course, he is a member of the ruling party, and the ruling party has just won the election. Yes, there were flaws and there were complaints, but there are legal and constitutional means to pursue those complaints. And I hope, because yesterday, on the eve of this declaration, we saw some political parties, 3 of them, coming out to, of course, question the process because of what they consider as flaws. Of course, the international observers and local observers as well did point out that indeed there were flaws in the election, there were shortcomings, but here we are again. Today we have a president-elect, and I think we should congratulate ourselves as Nigerians for pulling this through.
Well, yeah, well, I mean, the president-elect, Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu, did win with over 1 million margin. The margin between
1.8 million, actually.
1.8 million. So the
yeah,
margin
close to 2
between
million.
just close to 2 million. The margin between the second and the third, however, is less than 1 million. So that was quite a tight race. Indeed, across the three frontliners, it was quite a tight race. Rabiu Musa Kwankwaso, as I'd mentioned earlier, did quite well in the north. In fact, the only state he won was Kano State, but didn't quite get a spread to validate or legitimize his candidacy in terms of being a front runner of this presidential race. First of all, I would say congratulations to the president-elect, Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu. It's been quite an emotive few days, passionate. We've seen it's been dramatic, beyond it being colorful, as Adeso had said earlier on in the previous show, that this is perhaps the most colorful, and a number of people have alluded to that, most colorful electoral map in Nigerian electoral history, at least post 1999, and I dare say post, ever since since elections started in 1923, perhaps the most interesting positives, negatives. We've had quite a conversation around that. And whilst the president-elect, during his speech earlier today, had acknowledged a number of his party faithfuls, progressive governors, like he called them, family members, friends, and even threw a few jabs at his opponents, the president's speech is one that we must also critically look at in terms of his swift congratulations of his party's presidential candidate who's emerged winner, and his acknowledgement of some of the failings of INEC in this process. Now, the big question for a number of people, like you said, Mr. Feni, is the litigations, retinue, if I could put it that way, that would follow this announcement. Already the parties had mentioned that they were going to pursue that route. And at this point, what we must say to party members and faithfuls is the importance of remaining calm and being peaceful. It has been said a number of times that due process should be followed, and if to seek redress, go through the formal channels, through the courts. At the end of the day, that's what makes democracy thrive, whereby where you have your evidence and your facts, you can present it to a competent court of law and seek redress and get justice. So initially, with the results, INEC is the only body that's authorized to announce results. Therefore, whatever results have been going around, this is the authentic result according to INEC. And so we congratulate the president-elect. We only would find out what would happen in the next few hours and few days. The opposition parties haven't said anything yet, at least at this time. And that's the PDP, the LP, and the NNPP. But I'm sure in the course of today's show, we'll be bringing you more updates as to this result.
All right. Dr. Bati?
Dr. Bati.
Oh, okay. Well, the battle has been fought and lost at the official level, with the chief returning officer in the presidential election, the chairman of INEC, Professor Mahmood Yakubu, announcing Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu as the president-elect of Nigeria in the 2023 presidential election, with a total of 8.7 million votes. Yes, the point has been made that the gap between Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu and the closest runner-up is about 1.8 million votes, to be precise. Well, so what are the other indications? President Muhammadu Buhari has already issued a statement of congratulations, which I think is in order. And one of the points he's making is that, one, he's happy. We expect him to be happy. After all, he's a candidate of his party that has won. And he had said previously that Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu is the best man for the job. He had promised Nigerians that he would deliver an electoral process that will be credible and fair. But there are questions, even with the president's affirmations in this regard. There are many people who still think that, well, the president himself did not live up to his promise. When, on the occasion of the presidential election on February 25, he brandished his voting paper, his ballot paper. That was in clear violation of the law. And I've seen, since the declaration of the outcome of the process, people saying, look, President Buhari was talking to deep state, giving a signal as to where he would like to go. So that question still hangs in the air. Number two, is a point that he made that the election was not without faults, where that has been the conclusion of all the observers, both the professional observers and citizens in society. So the question, therefore, is about the credibility of the process. Was INEC truly independent? Has it been a credible electoral process? Can it be considered free and fair? And that is a question that has been raised by the opposition political parties. The opposition political parties staged quite enormous drama before and after the declaration of the results. The People's Democratic Party, the Labour Party, the Action Democratic Congress, and then the African Action Alliance Congress, I think, AAC, also said they were withdrawing. They withdrew their party agents before the declaration of the results. So they raised questions about it. The only comical part of it was one party agent asking for pepper soup and jollof rice. I hope he succeeded in getting what he wanted. After the INEC chairman said, okay, give him water and also give him dinner. But that's on the comical side of it. But the truth of the matter is that the international community watching, the local opposition parties who were involved in the process have raised very cogent questions. However, the president himself admitted that and said, this process has not been without fault. But he urged all the aggrieved persons not to go to the streets, to process their grievances through the instrumentality of the rule of law, as is provided. And as the INEC chairman had pointed out in his engagement with the opposition party agents, when he said, if you have any grievances, just go to court, which is what is provided for in the Electoral Act, specifically Section 149 of the Electoral Act 2022. The president said, the people of Nigeria have spoken. Well, truly, there will be many people who will also question that. Have the people spoken? Because even before the announcement of the result, there were persons going online and double-checking what was being announced and saying that, look, you did not announce the actual figures that we got from our polling booth, which was the effect, of this open secret balloting in Section 50 of the Electoral Act 2022, which is that, results will be declared in the open at, polling units. So my concern, however, is that, the president has also said the people should respect, the political parties should respect the peace pledge. 2 different peace accords were signed by the political parties. The first in September, the second in February, just before the election. Now, will the political parties respect the peace accords? Because yesterday we were already seeing what looked like protests in certain parts of the country, with people going to the to the streets and trying to protest and all of that. So we have said that these are interesting times in Nigeria. The times may even be more interesting. What is likely to happen? We're likely to see more by way of litigation. Nigerians had expected that with the introduction of technology provided for in the Electoral Act, that this will just be a straight process and that there will be no dispute. But clearly, the aggrieved political parties are likely to take their matter to the courts as they've been advised. We just hope and we appeal, as the international observers have done, that there should be calm, there should be peace. Because at the end of the day, Nigeria is strategic, not just to West Africa, but also the entire continent. We'll take a short break now. When we return, the program will continue. We'll be right back. Stay with us. Welcome back to Nigeria Decides 2023 here on Arise News. The Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, has declared the presidential candidate of the All Progressives Congress, APC, Bola Ahmed Tinubu, as the winner of the 2023 presidential election. The chairman of INEC, Professor Mahmood Yakubu, declared Tinubu the winner at exactly 4:30 a.m. today in Abuja. The former Lagos State governor polled a total vote of 8.794726 million to defeat his closest rival and the presidential candidate of the People's Democratic Party, PDP, Atiku Abubakar, who scored 6.984.520 million votes, and Peter Obi of Labour Party, who polled 6 million votes, 101,533 votes. The presidential candidate of the New Nigerian People's Party, NNPP, Rabiu Kwankwaso, came a distant fourth with a total votes of 1,496,687 votes. Well, there you have it. You know, the result of the presidential election. And previously, you know, I was trying to do an interrogation of the statement made by President Muhammadu Buhari. And the big question, the last line in President Muhammadu Buhari's statement was that the people of Nigeria are spoken. And that's the emphasis there. But we know that this has been, yes, a keenly contested election, as Emmanuel Efeni pointed out. It has also, at the same time, been very competitive, but it will also probably, come across as the most controversial election in recent times. If you look at the turnout, which was one of the issues we looked at yesterday, 93.4 million registered voters. We were told that, about 84.2, collected PVCs. But if you add up the figures from what has been announced so far, this will be the lowest turnout in terms of actual votes cast since the return to democracy in 1999. After all, in 2003, we had presidential candidates scoring up to 20 million votes, winning with 20 million votes, runner-up winning up to, what's that proverbial figure again, 12 million or 14 million votes? 50 million mark. But in this particular election, the figures have been quite small, which is an indication about the level of turnout. But, well, apart from the president's speech and all those details about people going to court and our observation that there's going to be very serious litigation, the winner has also spoken up. And of course, as expected, the winner says this is a shining moment for Nigeria, and that INEC, deserves commendation for running a free and fair election. Well, he has thanked everybody for supporting his campaign, from the president, who openly endorsed him. Although I raised the question earlier when we started this program about how the president himself, as the leader of everyone, violated section 122, subsection 4 of the Electoral Act by displaying his ballot paper. But who is going to take the president to court? He enjoys immunity under section 308 of the Constitution. Going forward, we're likely to see a lot of litigation. We're likely to see a lot of arguments. Yesterday, lawyers in their WhatsApp platforms were arguing about the import of section 134 of the Constitution, what it says about who wins, and all of that argument about, the Federal Capital Territory, whether the Federal Capital Territory as defined in section 134(2)(b) of the Constitution, and the word "and" in that section is to be read conjunctively or disjunctively. So you are likely to have all that argument. But when what's his name, Sam Amadi joins us, I'm likely to confront him with that, and we can interrogate, what section 132 says, what section 318 says, what section 2 subsection 2 says, what section 299 of the Constitution says. So these are issues that may come up. But we can see that the candidate of the All Progressives Congress, who has been declared winner, has gone a step ahead. He has already gone to court to institute a case in Kano Federal High Court to check people, those opposition political parties, as they now are, who are saying that the, election should be cancelled. And of course, the INEC chairman made it very clear that there will be no cancellation. Whoever is aggrieved, INEC chairman says should go to court in line with section 149 of the Electoral 2022. So these times are likely to be more interesting in Nigeria. But as I argued yesterday on the back page of this day newspaper, this is the best of times. It is also the worst of times. And I was quoting Charles Dickens, A Tale of Two Cities, 1859.
A Tale of Two Cities, what a great book. And but if you remember the era at which that book was written, Charles Dickens, it was indeed a tale of two cities. It was a country of haves and have-nots. And some other books in the spirit of literature this morning that goes along that narrative where Nigeria is today as a country is the book of one of my favorite British Prime Minister, Benjamin Disraeli, and also author and writer that wrote the book Two Nations, or Cedille, which was a very important story of the strife in Britain then among the haves, the rich, and the have-nots. Congratulations to Bola Ahmed Tinubu, his president-elect. The city boy has finally done well in the big city. Give him all his flowers. He got in there in the nick of time. He said, Emilo kan, o de kan looto. He's president-elect today. Give him all the flowers, give him all the accolades. Congrats to him. But how did he win? He won an election that was very divided, that INEC broke its own laws, pure and simple. He won an election where INEC reneged on his own promise. And people started talking, but INEC wouldn't listen when it's been shown he broke his own laws. INEC said, I will hurriedly go ahead, but people pointed to INEC that he broke his own laws. There are sections 60 of the Electoral Act that deal with transmission of results. People now are making the argument, INEC guideline. Is INEC guideline a law? Let's not deceive ourselves. The guidelines were there, and they are laws to be used for the elections. If there were no guidelines, if people are asking, is guideline a law? Why can't people just come to the polling units and do anything they want if there are no guidelines on how they should vote? Because the argument now is very funny. And the law is the law and the guidelines. And Section 160 of the Nigerian Constitution, with a proviso, says that INEC can make its own laws without needing approval from the president. It is there. So INEC went ahead to break its own guidelines by not transmitting results. It's as simple as that. And that is the context here. I keep hearing people talking about 25%. That's a red herring. The substantive issue here is that did INEC violate its own guidelines? When people argue all sorts, I ask them, please, for those that went to vote, if the guidelines do not matter, you just try thumbprinting your hands in such a way that you thumbprint one in one party and you use another hand to thumbprint another one in one party. The votes are invalid, isn't it?
Yes.
So that's the way it's a nullity. As long as you do not transfer, it's a nullity. Also, the capacity to be able to challenge another recount is there in Section 71 of the Electoral Act. These things are expressly stated there. As long as you do not follow it, it's a nullity. But the court will be the one to decide that. But these are the laws of the land. I mean, Dr. Abbott, you were chief marker, examiner, lecturer par excellence for so many years. If I was in your literature class and you gave me an examination, Dr. Abbott, and you say answer 2 out of 4, and I answer 4. What would you do? Are you not going to cancel the 2 I answered and mark the only 2 that you stipulated I should answer? These arguments are crystal clear. But you know, when you call 13 lawyers in a room, you have 13 different opinions. But it is the Supreme Court, and it's incumbent on the Supreme Court to reinforce the trust of the people. For the 25%, oh, this reminds me of 1979. Fatai Williams, of blessed memory, clumsily worded, but semantically unambiguous. Those were the exact words used there. The law was clumsily worded, but semantically unambiguous. We all know the definition of and. The 1979 Constitution that cascades down to the 1999 Constitution. In the 1979 Constitution, is stated expressly 1/4 over 2/4 over 2/3 in the 19 states of the Federation as it was then. There was no and FCT. Lagos was FCT. Wasn't the Federal Capital Territory. Wasn't the capital of the country. But if the Constitution in this regard says and FCT, Rufai, standalone entity, Dr. Abati, Mr. Efeni, and Ayo. I don't know too much, but these are the arguments out there. You can even take it as I no go school. Moving forward, President Muhammadu Buhari, his letter of congratulations reminded me pretty much of the letter or the words said by Umar Musa Yar'Adua after he won in 2007. He said, we can't say the elections have been absolved of faults. The beavers did not work. But this was what was stipulated in the law that the beavers will work. It's also stated in the Electoral Act that a place where the beavers does not work is as good as elections not holding there. But there were places the beavers did not work, and the elections were counted. Just like Umar Musa Yar'Adua said that, I know the elections that brought me was fraught with irregularities. And what did he go further to do? He set up the Ways Commission. Apart from the congratulations and all of that. Once again, congratulations to the city boy. But in his own speech, yes, I ask, was the speech for his party members or for the Nigerian people? Because all I heard was strictly about his party members, congratulating all of them, going further to remind us how some party agents have not even been paid because of the Naira crunch. Then congratulated Baba Jide Ogala, Abi, Dr. Abati, and said, thank you for the good work you did for taming the gorilla. I heard it. I'm sure some people will argue with me that I didn't hear that. Was that complimentary at the first speech to the international community? Was it about the people that voted for you or the sufferings of the millions of people out there? But anyway, in fairness to him, he reiterated the promises. He says he will do Nigeria well. And we, the media, will hold him accountable. We will ask the questions. I just hope we are not stifled when we start to ask the questions. I just hope we are allowed to do our jobs. But he also went further to call on the 3 other opponents and said, work with me. We want to build Nigeria. We have to build Nigeria. And congratulations to him, because whatever we might say now, pending any, legal case, he's our president-elect. And he has become for all of us now. He's become the #1 statesman. And the things we give statesmen are gifts of kudos, where he's right, and criticisms. Criticisms are the engine, it's the oil that oils the engine of any nation to success. So we congratulate him, but all those vitriol against other people were needless. The international community, everybody was watching that first attempt. He has started by going to the courts. So we might as well continue the legal battle, because the case was filed, like Dr. Bati said, in Kano yesterday, and the legal fireworks have opened. It is going to be a lot of long nights of litigation, and lawyers will be richer than anything else. I'm sure they are sharpening everything, getting ready. They have a right to earn their decent pay, please, don't get me wrong. But the big question will be, our national anthem says to build a nation where peace and justice shall reign. The question on our table as Nigerians this morning, and kudos to you, hard-fighting Nigerians, that came out to believe in this country once again, despite all that has happened, because you are the real heroes. Whatever mandate is the mandate of you, the Nigerian people. But I leave you with this. Have we built a country where justice shall reign to be able to beget peace? If we have not built that country, I'd like to quote the words of Che Guevara. Hasta victoria me siempre. Until we build that country where peace and justice shall reign. Hasta victoria me siempre.
Well, the two main opposition parties, the PDP and Labour, are calling for the results of Saturday's election to be cancelled. The parties have held a joint news conference calling once again for the vote to be cancelled and describing it as a sham.
We are witnessing the fact that the next government is going to be built on outright illegality. What INEC has accelerated itself to doing is to put itself in a trance to promote illegality and thereafter call for the courts to resolve the illegality that they have worked on. Nowhere in the world where there is respect for rule of law do people easily and hurriedly tell others with impunity, go to court, go and seek redress. The courts are final.
All election results must be transmitted at the polling unit level. And that is the basis, is those results from the over 176,000 units that we can use through the process of collation. So if you have not transmitted those results, it means that you have actually not conducted the election under the very law that we all applauded. So the right thing to do is for the INEC chairman to go forth and cancel the elections.
Well, there we have it. The two vice presidential candidates of the opposition parties, PDP and Labour Party, Governor Okowa and Yusuf Ahmed. Dati Ahmed. Mr. Feni, they had a joint press conference. A number of things were said about this. The fact that these two parties came together for a joint purpose, a joint mission, and some of the things they had pointed out in their submissions. Your take on this?
Yes. Yesterday, it was clear that the two opposition parties, as we see the closest rival, got the results declared. So far, they had reservations, especially concerning the credibility of the election, and that was why they came out yesterday. Don't forget that earlier, their representative at the Coalition Center had pulled out, having complained, calling for the INEC chair to look at those issues they have raised, especially as it has to do with the transmission of results, because the clamor then, as well voiced out by Dino Melaye, who was representing the PDP at the Coalition Center, was that please give instruction for the results to be uploaded. To be uploaded as you are declaring them. But of course, that never happened. And that in itself has brought a lot of controversy into this election, despite the fact that a winner has been declared, because INEC made it clear that election results will be transmitted from the polling units. That never happened. Whatever was the problem, it was a clear breach of its own guidelines, promises made and re-emphasized in the months and days ahead of the election. So the political parties that are now protesting, in the eyes of public opinion, they have a case. How they will pursue this grievance, of course, they will go to the court because a result has been declared, and we'll urge them to toe the legal and constitutional path to protest their grievances and no other way. Because with this declaration, yes, something has been accomplished. And I can imagine that will have been running in the minds of Professor Mahmoud Yakubu to land safely so that we don't have a situation of inconclusive election or stopping the declaration of results halfway, which, as we noticed, as of course in the case of 1983, became a point of interference by the ruling government then, the military government, and of course the consequences that followed. So that must have been running in the minds of the electoral umpire. But the credibility of the election is still a question to be answered. What the courts, the tribunal, will decide when these parties are able to collate and put their case before the court is left to be seen. Coincidentally, unlike in 2019, when the PDP was relying on what was in a server, and it turned out because the server then, because some of us believe there was a server somewhere, because you cannot have that data without a backup end where those data were saved. But the law did not recognize a server then. But this time around, going by the Electoral Act 2022, these technological devices, beavers, server, are all recognized part of the electoral process. So what is in the server will be an issue. The parties, I hope they know how to do their case properly, because if you say the results declared at the polling units is at variance with what has been declared by INEC, then you have to show proof. And because they have representatives at this location, we hope they have their case in place. But the issue, there are other legal issues that will crop up. Ruben, you refer to that section 134. By listening attentively to Sam Amadi yesterday night, and I hope he will be very much around to make his case, because the case he's making is that if you don't secure that 25% in Abuja, the Federal Capital Territory, then you have not met the constitutional threshold for being announced as the winner of the presidential election. But like Rufai referenced, when you have 13 lawyers in the room, you may just have 13 opinions. But when the case is between two people, I'm sure those 13 lawyers will divide themselves into various number and stay on one side of the divide. We'll see that in legal fireworks that will follow this case. Well, the speech of Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu Well, I think, Ruben, you have a way of admonishing speechwriters, because in this Tinubu moment for the country, we're expecting to hear a very profound speech. Because you are the president when you are sworn in, of those who voted for you and those who did not vote for you. It's not enough to just give all the accolades to your supporters here and there. Every Nigerian that troop out to cast their vote deserve the gratitude of the president-elect. It doesn't matter who they voted for, because everybody contributed. Looking at the figures, it's been dubbed the lowest vote in the presidential election in recent times. Some will say, really? Because on that day, we saw massive turnout. Many people could not cast their votes. With the introduction of technology, and with the awareness that this technology will play a role, even if INEC has not kept to this faithfully, somewhere along the line, this technology will be called to be part of the decision at the court. Depends on how each party is able to prove his case. But we must also take note that perhaps what is closest to real votes will come out in this election, compared to previous years when it was very easy to write to write figures and push that forward.
Emmanuel Efene, I would like to respond to some of the issues you raised, particularly about Tinubu's speech and also the objection by the opposition political parties and your reference to parts of the Constitution.
Yeah.
This is interesting about this election. Everybody now has become a lawyer. Everybody is carrying one legal document.
We all have we have a copy of the electoral act.
I know.
It's available online, Ruben. It's not available to lawyers like you.
Even when half of the time the references are wrong, but it's all right. We'll take a short break now. When we return, Nigeria Decides 2023 will continue here on Arise News. We'll be right back. Stay with us. Welcome back to Nigeria Decides 2023 here on Arise News. The Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, has declared the presidential candidate of the All Progressives Congress, APC, Bola Ahmed Tinubu, as a winner of the 2023 presidential election. The chairman of INEC, Professor Mahmood Yakubu, declared Tinubu the winner at exactly 4:10 a.m. today in Abuja. The former Lagos State governor polled a total vote of 8,794,726, defeat his closest rival and the presidential candidate of the People's Democratic Party, PDP, Atiku Abubakar, who scored 984,520 votes. And Peter Obi of Labour Party, who put 6,101,533 votes. The presidential candidate of the New Nigerian People's Party, NNPP, Rabiu Kwankwaso, came a distant fourth with a total votes of 1,496,687 votes. The president-elect, Bola Ahmed Tinubu of the All Progressives Congress, APC, while addressing the press, called for unity and collaboration with other party candidates. The former Lagos State governor thanked all those who participated in the February 25 election, with particular mention of articulated, obedience, ratified, and Kwankwasiya supporters.
It's not a nice to address the party members and leadership. But you can't do as if to me, I will do more than that. I first start by saying thank you to our national leadership, the national chairman, Senator Abdullahi. Thank you. You're from Senate. Governorship, I made history of navigating a very large political party to make a precedent. It's not a small letter in history. It's a big letter of achievement. A great day. Thank you very much. God bless you. To the entire members of the National Working Committee, and particularly the Secretary of the party, Iyola Omisore, who had worked with him, collecting some funds, doing everything administratively to get us to comply with the requirements of National Electoral Commission. We thank you for a good job done, and you've navigated and taught us kinship to get us to this destination. The ship did not sink or waver. We anchor well on the President-elect Bola Ahmed Tinubu. The majority of you, I can't go line by line for your position. I can of the leaders that I've seen here tonight. They were awake by studying calls that we might get the result of the coalition earlier than thought. And we are ready to say to the workers in the office who have been in the situation room, your situation starts to improve. You've achieved the result, and God Almighty will bless you. Our party will give you prosperity that you need. We reward you. Just be patient with us. I have two people to single out again who are at the Coalition Center. I may not stand up, receive your clap, not a clap. I say big thank you. The party says big job done. Where is Babatunde Ogala? SAN, we thank you the way you handle the let out gorilla on the other side of the eye. We have to wrap a little bit, Sammy. But tonight is the night of friendship. We like what you did, and we like the professionalism, the manner and the way you handled to your son. To our party, I can't believe this many people will still be up at this night. I can assure you, if I miss you, it's not intentional. I've seen will be governors, I've seen speakers, I've seen those who have almost blew up the screen of the television with big grammars and Dele Alake and many men. And I've seen Isa, all of them. I've seen Diaspora. I've seen Sheriff. And I have seen the calculator. Whether the calculator is still working or not, battery charged. It delivered the number. I've seen my friend Yari. I've seen my friend Ganduji. I've seen my friend Atiku Bagudu. I wanted to change your first name. After an interesting appeal, and because it will take a longer time to process the change of name for my sisters and my daughters with you. So I leave in, but to our party, I just need thank you. We have made a promise to the country. We have rewritten the map of Nigeria. They punched us in the sea. And the night we were declared meeting in Lagos, I said that is no beating. That is a temporary setback that a politician must experience. And since then, I really thank my wife standing by me tremendously. She's a very, very prayerful woman. To you, the party, it is. I want to single out for you to learn one thing. Conflict and conflict resolution mechanism by the example of 3 people who are here. The people are from Zamfara. They face a battle of competition, disagreement, substitution, and many ways. But Senator Yari, who was the former governor, Mutawali, the Excellency President Governor, Shantima, and many of them, including Senator Marafa, they got together on their own after so much pressure. They were able to resolve their differences without damaging to the party, without destroying the party, and they brought home victory for the presidential candidate and victory for the Senate. I want to say thank you especially for those. We will never forget Yari. We will never forget an Atiku, the sacrifice. We will never forget Mutawali. It's my son, actually. Now I can go straight before other rappings and talks to what I should do. My out here is to talk to fellow Nigerians that I am profoundly humbled that you have elected me to serve as the 16th president of our beloved country. This is a shining moment in the life of any man and affirmation of our democratic existence. From my heart, and truly from my heart, I say thank you very much. How humble could I be if I do a cultural Idobale? It will satisfy many people who don't understand it. If I do a cultural nail bending, other than tag Allah, nobody will understand it. But I wish all of you well. I wish you very, very well. Whether you are a position holder or not, but I want to point to a man who is among you here. He is a position holder. His name is Ibrahim Masari from Zamfara. And I've changed his state now. Instead of Katsina, and deported him. But there's no person can talk of his integrity, honesty, dedication, trustworthiness as much as this man. He was carrying vice president in my name. I got queries from everybody except my wife. But he did what he ought to do as a leader, reliable, dependable, honest human being. Thank you very much. Back to this speech. To really thank you, I say whether you are ratified or articulated, obedient, sincere, or have any other political affiliation, you voted and stood for a better Nigeria, more hopefully. And I thank you for your participation and dedication to our democracy. You decided to place your trust in the democratic vision of a Nigeria founded on a shared prosperity, and one nurtured by the ideas of unity, justice, peace, and tolerance. Renewed hope has dawned and landed in Nigeria. I represent that promise, and with your support, I know that promise will be fulfilled. You will, and we will achieve it together. I commend INEC for running a credible election. No matter what anybody says, it is. I never see any of you who did not make either arithmetic mistake or grammatical error in their classes, not to talk of the lapses. Few lapses that were reported were relatively few in number and were immaterial to the final outcome of this election. Let's be realistic. But his underlying report, reliable, yes. I say so, international community says so, and the Republic said so. With each life cycle of elections, we steadily perfect the process so vital to our democratic life. Today, Nigeria stands tall as the giant of Africa. It shines even brighter as the continent's biggest democracy. You should be proud of that. Not dot, that, or then because you didn't win the election. You are a patriotic citizen. Be helpful to our integrity, character, and reputation. We have created the biggest democracy as Nigerians. We should be proud of that. I thank all of you who supported my campaign. Most especially President Muhammad GCFR for his commitment and dedication to the cause of our democracy. He is indeed a true patriot. I must also thank his wife, Edith family. They were on this election. They put eyes on the board, committed, patriotic, I also thank my running mate and the Vice President-elect. His name is Senator Kashim Shettima. Equally former governor. It is from government and immovable pillar of support. And all other of you, many of you who have supported the campaign. Yes, I remember, and thank you for voicing it out, that Faleke is there. Faleke is an committed worker, dependable, cerebral, and finite. To the progressive governors of our party and this nation, to the party leadership and many loyal members, you, the Progressive Party, you have the opportunity in many ways to betray your party. You face a cashless policy. Some of you still own party agents. But despite that fact, despite the austere pocket, you deliver victory without your dedication. And we're not standing before you as governor and president-elect. You made it possible, progressive governors. There's no way I can ever intentionally let you down. I owe you a debt of gratitude to the entire campaign organization, the women. The woman leader, no name, no woman, no nation. They did everything possible. Creative, dancing, intelligent discussions, programs of ideology. Things about the health of our nation was a great importance to them. They did a good job, particularly the leadership of the women group. They were equally the highest number of voters dedicated. We must thank them. We must thank them. The entire campaign organization. At the stage they run a parallel line as women. We arrived at the same destination. Today, we can reap the benefit of it, featuring the joy of democracy, the power of deciding what next. Let me say thank you. To my lovely wife. You, the senators, don't expect that back. She's going to be my housewife. Enough of lending. The other room. If you're not tired of me now, I won't be tired of you. I am very happy. To you, they want to hear that announcement has been made that I have been elected the President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. This is a serious mandate. I hereby accept it. To serve you, be your servant, and not be your leader. To work with you and make Nigeria a great country. I take this opportunity also again to appeal to my fellow contestants to let us team up together. It's the only nation we have. It is one country that we must build together. We work together to put broken pieces together. We must work for the unity, happiness, and harmony. We must not act like that orchestra that has no direction of a conductor. We have elected a conductor, a president-elect. Let's collaborate to create a symphony that will make the rhythm of music and prosperity and history for our country. We have what it takes. We have what is needed. Knowledge, creativity, demand, determination, we are the same country performing wonders in other countries. We can do it here. I promise I'll work with you to make Nigeria a destination of returning home to contribute to the development. Thank you. Thank you. The youth, let me repeat that I hear you loud and clear. What did I say? Loud and clear. Whatever the cost, we are going to chart the path together. We are going to embark on this journey together, united. No one is too small to be creative. Inshallah, we will work together. We pay attention, undivided attention to your education. We will be creative. Credit will be available. Education loan will be available. 4 years course before years course. No more strike. Your universities will have their autonomy to be able to upgrade your syllabuses and be creative. No more selling of handouts. They must be authors. They must write and create for the nation. I know where it pains. And believe me, you will see the reward of your election. Thank you very, very much. God bless you.
Okay, President-elect Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu formerly presidential candidate of the All Progressives Congress, now president-elect of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, as declared by the chief returning officer in the presidential election, chairman of the Independent National Electoral Commission, Professor Yakubu Mahmood. Before now, Emmanuel Efeni, you had commented on the speech by Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu, but now we seem to have an expanded speech. All of that has been condensed into a script, which is also in circulation, titled An Era of Renewed Hope, which is a throwback to the title of the manifesto of Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu, Renewed Hope. Now, in the course of that speech, he was full of gratitude, to everyone, coalition officers, party agents, key persons within the campaign process, members of his party, and also to the larger Nigerian community, because he said in that condensed statement that this is a shining moment in his own life and the life of one man who owes everyone a debt of gratitude, and also in the life of our country. He made it very clear that this has been a very credible election, and he commended INEC for doing a great job. But more importantly, he talked about conciliation, reconciliation. And, you could hear him there saying that he was calling on everybody, whatever may have been their political affiliation or belief in the process that has brought us to this moment in Nigeria, whether you are batified, referring to his own supporters, or you are articulated, referring to supporters of Atiku Abubakar, or you are Kwankwansiya, referring to supporters of Senator Rabiu Musa Kwankwanso of the New Nigeria People's Party, or you were obedient, in reference to supporters of Mr. Peter Obi, the presidential candidate of the Labour Party. So, at the end, it's Nigeria, an era of prosperity, of leadership, of commitment. But there, the audience before him, largely are members of his own political party, and you could see the excitement, which is the natural thing that you should expect. It was a victory dance, more or less, at the party, presidential campaign council quarters. So there you have him, and also the incoming First Lady of Nigeria, First Lady in waiting. We should not say First Lady elect, because you only vote for one presidential candidate. So First Lady in waiting, Senator Oluremi Tinubu, a politician in our own right. So to take a comprehensive view, the speech was not about any attacks substantially. It was about gratitude and promise, and also trying to talk about peace, unity, prosperity, and progress of Nigeria, which I guess that is what all Nigerians basically are interested in. The second point that came up before we went back to that, we took that acceptance speech of the candidate, was the statement by the opposition political parties, the People's Democratic Party, the Labour Party, the African Action Congress later also made a statement. The New Nigeria People's Party also made a statement. And what they were saying basically was that this was a flawed process, and that they reject the results, and that they think the results should be cancelled. Earlier on, the vice presidential candidate of the PDP was shown, saying that INEC did not follow the law, did not follow its own procedures. And that's the big issue. So there you have Senator Ifeanyi Okowa, and also Dati Ahmad, the vice presidential candidate of the Labour Party. And the contentious issue, which also came up yesterday on the floor of the Senate and resulted in a rowdy session, was that did INEC follow the guidelines, as INEC violated the law? Now, what is the issue? Section 60, subsection 4 of the Electoral Act says that at the polling unit, the polling officer must announce the result at the polling unit. Section 60, subsection 5 of the same Electoral Act says that any result that is announced that is not in accordance with the manner prescribed by the commission shall be invalidated, shall be null and void. And which was the point being made by the opposition political parties, as we may well refer to them, and also in the intervention by President Olusegun Obasanjo. The issue that came up in on the floor of the Senate yesterday was whether the guidelines offered by INEC will seem to amount to a law or not. Okay, guidelines fall under what is called subsidiary legislation. The truth of the matter is that under clause 38 of the guidelines by INEC, INEC says you have to use beavers to scan the result and you upload it by electronic transmission. That is a guideline offered by INEC. Yesterday, we saw a video of the INEC chairman in November saying they have embraced electronic transmission. Festus Okoye, who is the director in charge of voter education, has also said severally that, look, it's electronic transmission that they are adopting. Section 160, subsection 1 of the Constitution gives INEC the powers to establish his own guidelines, yes, make his own laws. Yes. Section 160, subsection 1. Yes. Which is also retained in section 148 of the Electoral Act 2022, which says INEC can make his own guidelines. So the issue of contention here is that the guideline, made by INEC is that there will be electronic transmission. It will be interesting how the parties that are objecting to all of this would, play it out when they go to court. If any, I see you have sent for your Electoral Act 2022. Don't worry. As I code the sections, just check. Fact check. No, I'm not. If any fact check. No, I'm just checking all that. Fact check. No, I'm just checking all that. No. Go ahead and fact check. The other issue that came up in the course of our conversation has to do with how this is a throwback to 1979. That was Awolowo versus Shagari after the 1979 general election. And the judge that ruled in that particular matter that upheld the election was Fatai Atonda Williams, JSC, as it then was. And the whole issue is the same issue that may well come up this time. We've been talking of section 134(2)(b) of the 1999 Constitution with regard to what constitutes 2/3 defined in that particular section. And overnight, the whole of yesterday, lawyers have been disagreeing. They've been divided into two camps. Those saying that the word "and" should be in that section should be read conjunctively, which will mean that it will be 37 states. So that will be, you have to win 2/3, a quarter in 25 states, not 24. As opposed to the other camp arguing that it should be read disjunctively. But if you apply the literal rule, because there are rules of interpretation, golden rule, literal rule, mischief rule. So is it the literal rule that should apply here? Should it be the mischief rule? It will appear that what was addressed in the Awolowo case was to look at it and apply the literal rule. So these are issues that the courts may well decide at the end of the day. And it's instructive that in January, early January, Agbakoba SAN had raised a number of questions, 3 questions specifically. He didn't provide answers to the questions that he himself raised. He simply said, I'm a little worried. I'm quoting him specifically now. And he asked the question, what is the import of section 134(2)(b) of the Constitution in the light of the Constitution? Does it mean that the Federal Capital Territory is a state? Does it mean that you have to win in 36 states plus Federal Capital Territory? Does it mean that if you don't win, even in the FCT, you can be declared governor? And this was, these are issues that we're likely to see as lawyers go to court to do battle, as they did in 1979 over Section 34A of the Electoral Decree number 73 of 1977. The issue then was Section 34A. Now it's Section 134 2B of the 1999 Constitution. But by way of just summarizing these general submissions, look, in politics, the one lesson that you first learn is that it's better to win first. If you're a candidate in an election, just try and win. Let other people go and complain. You know, then when we get to the courts, we can slug it out. Okay, the man with the better
rule for Nigerian politics.
The man with the better lawyers who come back from the court victorious. So the issue, one of the second lesson also, is that when you find yourself in this kind of situation as a politician, two things are likely to play out: political expediency or compromise, or the technicalities of the law. So it will be interesting how Nigeria resolves this conundrum that the country is presented with: political expediency, compromise, or technicalities of the law. But finally, it's one thing to win the election; it's another thing to govern. So legitimacy, that issue also remains. In the eyes of the average Nigerian, do average Nigerians think that they have indeed spoken and that they have been heard? There are other dimensions. We have so many more hours to look at aspects of this particular issue. But I just thought I should respond to some of the issues you raised, Emmanuel Efeni.
I mean, so I just wanted to jump on that. For the fact that we know as Nigerian politicians that if you win, you will go to court. And if you have the best lawyer, you argue it in your favor, win first. Does it make it right? If we are sounding off on that, that means, what it means is that we are officially opening the doors of injustice. Because you see, when people do things with dignity, it is because they have a moral compass, not because they do not know that they can do otherwise. So if the average Nigerian political class thinks as long as I can get my way at the polls, not doing things the way they ought to be done, and we argue it at the courts, what kind of nation are we building? I said something yesterday. See, we keep building concentric cycles of hurts. And the fact is, it comes back to haunt you, one way or the other. The laws are the guidelines are there. I am happy Dr. Abati quoted Section 160 of the Constitution with that proviso. It wasn't there before, but I think it was under President Goodluck Jonathan that proviso was deliberately put in there. As regards INEC, stated expressly, having the powers to be able to make its own laws without the approval of the president.
The section says to regulate its own
procedures without the approval of the president. Without the approval. It can regulate its own procedure, regulate itself without the approval. So when people argue that our guidelines, laws, but Section 160 has said INEC can make its own laws. It doesn't even need the president. And when they argue, what are guidelines? Please, are your Google guideline, your Oxford dictionary, or Cambridge dictionary, or whatever dictionary. Let's look at it there. Guidelines are general rules. Let me even check it out, because you see, when we are talking, let's talk emphatically and let's talk with facts. Let's fact check each other. It says guidelines here, the dictionary definition says a general rule, principle, or piece of advice. A general rule, principle, or piece of advice. If people are now arguing that is guideline in law, I want to ask, please, if guidelines is not a law, then why do we even need to collate the results in the first place? Why do we even need to announce the results first?
No, the guideline is a subsidiary legislation.
Yes.
Given the force of law,
Yes.
Section 160
60 of the Constitution.
of the Constitution and Section 148 of the Electoral Act.
Thank you for hitting it on the head. That's it. No, I'm even saying for people that are making the street argument that is guideline a law. So if guideline is not a law, why was all the procedures laid down there followed? And can I ask, why was it? It was only the most critical procedure that was not followed by INEC. Why was it the most critical procedure that will reinforce the hope and trust of people in the process that wasn't followed by INEC? We've been able to establish that the guideline is a law. The question is, did INEC break its own law? Yes, you see, in the spirit of sounding politically correct, because people have bias and partisan exigencies, we should never forget that our country comes first. Yep. Doing it now, if it favors you, you shout triumphalism. But when it's done against you, we shout otherwise. And that's why I asked a question. Have we truly, with this election, built a country where peace and justice shall reign? But if we have not, until then, it's a case of hashtag Victoria Sempre. Because until then, we need to keep pushing for it. We've been able to establish, according to Section 160 of the Constitution, with a proviso that says INEC can make its own laws. We need no approval of the president. So for those that argue, is the guideline law? It is a law. That's why it was so important that the guideline, even itself, had to be codified. It wasn't just passed down like oral history. It was written down. And also, I'm happy people are talking about the 25%. Abati, it's good you raised the case of 1979. In the electoral decree, then, it pretty much talked about 1/4 of 2/3 of 19 states. There was no and FCT. There was no and FCT. The question is, didn't our country have a federal capital territory there? And the framers of the Constitution, the spirit about that spread is simply because that if the FCT is a melting pot, a condensation of every Nigerian, you should be able to get a sizable 1/4 spread to show your affirmation in the federal capital territory. See, America has something they call electoral college. Their electoral college is the spread of numbers allotted to states based on the size. Our own sort of electoral college, please, I'm not saying Nigeria has an electoral college, don't misquote me, is our spread. That is not just the majority votes, but you need to have a spread. And in this constitution, it said 2/3 and FCT. And FCT, not including FCT.
So what you're expressing, Rufai, is...
It's the duty of the Supreme Court to
explain. Yes, to interpret.
They are beyond the rules of interpretation. It's the duty of the court to interpret what and means, whether it's conjunctive or it is disjunctive. But the point about all of this, when we keep quoting what the law says and all that, Section 149 of the Electoral Act 2022 settles the matter.
Which was why I sent for my copy. That section.
Don't worry.
No, that section. No,
what it says.
No, I wanted to reference that section. That's what I'm telling you.
What that section says is that in the event of non-compliance by INEC with either its guidelines or all the other provisions of this Electoral Act 2022, the only option available to aggrieved persons is to go to court. And that's why the president and the international community, particularly the West African Elders Forum Observation Mission, led by President Mahama of Ghana, convened by President Jonathan of Nigeria, says, look, anybody who is aggrieved should go to court. But when I made the point that if you go to, it's better for you to win first, and then you go to allow the aggrieved persons to go to court. That's realpolitik. You can raise issues of justice, of morality, and all that, but at least, Nigerian politicians are very pragmatic. And perhaps Bola Tinubu is one of the most pragmatic that we have seen. Win first. The man with the best strategy gets to the end of the post. Let others go to court and argue the matter.
I have something to say.
But will justice be done? Who determines justice? How will justice come across? So it's a combination, as I said, of political expediency and also justice.
Yes, the point I want to raise there is that we must not elevate our politics.
Yes, now.
Yeah.
Yes.
Now,
Yes.
that strategy, win first, let your opponent go to court, is a peculiar Nigerian thinking, which means win at all costs.
Use violence. Kill.
Win at all costs.
Rig.
To ensure that you are announced as the winner. And let your opponent go to court. And of course, I don't want to say too much about our courts these days, because you can be number 4 and become number 1.
Oh, yes. Oh, yes.
However,
oh, yes.
These same politicians, they are the ones who have crafted that section 149, which you just referenced. I'm sure if you quote it verbatim, Ruben, it will not be as nice as you put it. Yes, because that section...
It just says go to court.
No, hold on now.
Fact check, quote it, fact check.
If you want me to read it,
please read it. Fact check. Fact check.
No, I know. No, but I don't even need to read the whole. But the area I want to point out, that this section says that any defect or error arising from any action of an official of INEC will remain valid until a court of law. So the politicians who in Nigeria who believe in winning at all costs have put this here, so that once they win, even when INEC commits an error in announcing
under section 120,
you have to go to court to get justice, and you may not get the justice.
Likely you will not.
I know you come from a background of great lawyers in your community, but let's take a short break now. When we return, Nigeria Decides 2023 will continue. Stay with us. We'll be right back.
I've been running my business on my own, trying my best to get it to the next level, but I really need some help to get ahead. I know just what to do. I'll vault it for my loans, overdraft, step by step to my dream business with Vault. Salary earners, entrepreneurs, get your loans with no collateral. Quick sign up, 0 paperwork, step by step to your dream business with Vault.
Vault is available to individuals, SMEs, and corporate customers. Download Vault by Polaris Bank from the Google Play Store or Apple App Store to get started today.
Every day, life presents hopes, dreams, and challenges. Challenges that can become successes with a little help. Because a little help can empower you to go from despair to celebration. A little help can keep you going until the race is won. A little help can turn bundles of anxiety into a bundle of joy. And with Glow Data, you get much more than just a little help. You get the biggest data deals in town. Make every day glow with small wins and big wins. Dial *777# to select your Glow data plan.
Welcome back to Nigeria Decides 2023 here on Arise News. Just in case you're just joining us, the Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, has declared the presidential candidate of the All Progressives Congress, Bola Ahmed Tinubu, as the winner of the 2023 presidential election. The chairman of INEC, Professor Mahmood Yakubu, declared Tinubu the winner at exactly 4:10 a.m. today in Abuja. The former Lagos State governor polled a total vote of 8,794,726 to defeat his closest rival and the presidential candidate of the People's Democratic Party, PDP, Atiku Abubakar, who scored 6,984,520 votes, and Peter Obi of Labour Party, who polled 6,101,533 votes. The presidential candidate of New Nigeria People's Party, NNPP, Rabiu Kwankwaso, came a distant fourth with a total vote of 1,496,687 votes. The president-elect, Bola Ahmed Tinubu of the All Progressives Congress, while addressing the press, called for unity and collaboration with other party candidates. The former Lagos State governor thanked all those who participated in the February 25 election, with particular mention of articulated, obedient, batified, and Kwankwaso supporters. Joining us now to further the conversation on Tinubu's victory is Arise News analyst, Dr. Sam Amadi. Good morning and welcome to the show.
Good morning.
Good morning. Thank you very much.
Good morning, Sam Amadi. Well, let's start.
Good morning, Dr. Ruben.
Yes, let's start with the big controversy among lawyers since yesterday about the proper interpretation of Section 134. Before now, Olusegun Agbakoba in January had raised 3 questions, and he said he was a little worried, and he asked INEC for clarification. Well, it turned out that that statement then was prescient, now it's become a big issue. Now, the "and" that is referred to in Section 134, is it to be read conjunctively or disjunctively? That's the argument. Is it compulsory that whoever is going to emerge as president of Nigeria, now that we have a president-elect, must win in the Federal Capital Territory? If the FCT is a creation of the Constitution under 297, Section 297, as you know. But Section 299 defines it as more or less a state. So is it a state or a special character entity, to use that phrase?
Okay. Thank you very much. Loaded questions. First, let me say, Olisa, my former boss, typical of him, he is very versed in policy law. He raises critical questions that you cannot find in case law easily. And so, first, I've taken the view that it should be read disjunctively, in the sense that 2 senses. One is the fact that grammatically, and you understand this very well, being a communication person, that the Supreme Court have said in several cases, including Obasanjo and Yar'Adua, that in matter of constitutional interpretation, you have 2 things to do. First, you give the text their simple, lexical, and clear meaning, except those such literal, clear reading would occasion an absurdity. Again, the Supreme Court said in that case and several others that such interpretation aims at finding out the intent of the framers of the Constitution. So and that where that intent is disclosed clearly in the literal reading of that text, you don't have to go into purposeful or other forms of literal interpretation, interpretation in terms of generis rules and so all that. In the US, it also comes down to the debate around originalism as a way of interpreting Constitution. And the argument is simple, that we must always say, what did our founding fathers, those who created the Constitution, intend as at 1870s or 18, or in our own case, in 1979 and 1999. Now, having laid that framework, I say if you look at it very well, my senses, and first grammatically, we talk about simple sentences, compound sentences, and complex sentences. And what is a sentence has subject and predicate. Now, if you look at it, you say you must have, first, you must have majority vote, number one. Number two, so it could have been 314, 1 sub 1A, B, C. Win majority vote. 2, win 2/3, 25% of 2/3 of 25% of the 2/3 of all states of the federation, and then 3, win 2/3 of federal capital territory. Now that sentence structure tells you that, and there connects 2/3 of 25 of 2/3 of the states and 25 of FCT. So I read it that the and separates two categories, not including, as a constitution sometimes used. Okay. Then the other question people raise is that the constitution says you should treat Abuja as if it is a state. Now, as if it is a state means first, it's not a state. But for the purpose of the aforementioned, it listed, for example, that's why it says to be stated by the National Assembly, the president to act as chief executive and secretary. So he listed out these things because these things are trying to mimic the character of a state, where you have a legislative entity responsible for making laws for that state. You have an executive authority responsible for making law for that state. You have a federal high court of FCT. So the three branches of government, all the symbolisms and all the constituents of the legal and juristic constituents of a state, Abuja mimics it. So Abuja is actually a federal capital territory, not a state. It doesn't have a governor elected by itself. By March 11, we'll be going to elect governors for those states not caught up by the offices in the election cycle and the elected House of Assembly. None will do that in FCT. We have, other states have chief executives who are accountable to the people because they're elected. Abuja has a person appointed by the president to manage that place. And now, so the second point I raised also is, now if you move away from literal grammatical structure to pass through look at it and say, look, if from a lexical perspective, this is what this sentence means. You will get to the constitutional intention and ask yourself, why would, and people are right, don't put it, say, look, you are giving Abuja a trump. So if you say Abuja is a must win or you must have 35% Abuja, it means that you actually say that Abuja trumps. So if 29 states in Nigeria says 25% of them say, we like this man, like in the case of Tinubu, who apparently has got about 26 states, I understand, which means he has got very broad approval across the country. So the reasonable thing is to say, oh, this is a popular, acceptable candidate. Just like the U.S. Electoral College, gives you a threshold. If you hit that threshold, you are acceptable. You have legitimacy. Now, one now asks, if you give Abuja this special status, it's equivalent of trumping, saying, look, if you don't get Abuja 35%, forget it. Could there be a reason that is reasonable for the constitutional framers to think in that way? And what I argue is that, look, it might be that if you look at the history of Abuja itself, from the 1976, when the late jurist Akeola Agoda led to the fact that they found a space, the federal government set up, find for us a place, the center of Nigeria, where we can create this sense of a melting point, where all Nigerians can come together, and that place is designated as a city of government, as a city of unity. So one can argue actually that it might be that intention here is to give this Abuja this character so that since we're a country with a history of very divisive politics, cleavages, as the French will argue, then you needed to be a president, you must have reasonable acceptance, 25%, from this place where all Nigerians, nobody owns. The rest of Nigeria is that is either owned ethnically or religiously. Some people control those places, and if they accept you 25%, it means that you're ready to go. But here in Abuja, we are all Nigerians, symbolically mixed together. You would. So, but the argument on the other side is actually that will look like injustice to the rest of the states. So if 39 states or 30 states decide by 25% vote that this man is accepted, and the resident of Abuja at any time don't like this man, either because of politics or some other reason, then this man cannot be president. And my answer is that constitutional provisions are sui generis. They are peculiar. If you look at, for example, the U.S. Electoral College, many critics, scholars said this is totally anachronistic. Why should we elect a president? A man gives 10 million votes ahead of his opponent. And it happens that he misses Electoral College by 5-6 votes, and the Electoral College is unfairly distributed across it. Some states, 2, 3, 4 states in the U.S. hold a trump. They give you the biggest, haul of states. Other states, whereas they have equality of states in the Senate, every state, no matter how small you are, you have the same number. But the Electoral College, you see great diversity, disparity. And the question then is, because of the peculiar history, evolution of the U.S. constitutional order, that we have this almost anachronistic, some people say, very not intelligent actually provision to allow. We saw that we went into trouble in Trump, where if the reps had dissatisfied the election, he would have won. So my argument would then be that this constitutional text, until amended, seemed to me, on the textual reading of it and constitutional originalism, that this text suggests that Abuja is a place you must have 25%. Now, we've never had a history. People have referred to Obasanjo and Obasanjo and I think of Buhari, where the Supreme Court, Nikki Toby, talked also about literal interpretation and a sense in which they looked at two-thirds, what it means. But they never, these elections, except I'm missing something, everybody who was declared had got more than 25 in FCT. So it had never come up in a case where somebody missed FCT and the issue was to determine whether the person was qualified. So there are no case laws that are directly have spoken to this issue. And I think it might be a case, and by the way, INEC didn't have much to do. They would have said, you know what, this dispute is bigger than us to determine. But on what we know, this man had met and declared him right. But I think what INEC should have done when Olisa raised this issue was have issued their own advisory. Every regulator has a right, is the first person who has control of interpretation of their status. The U.S. Supreme Court in Chevron and National Resource Council case, the Locus Classical, said it clear that the regulator, the agency that is the regulator created by the Act, is the master of that Act. Yes. The INEC should have, if I was INEC chairman, I would have issued our position that in our case, what is required to be tutored is that either you must get 25 in FCT or you don't need to get it if you have enough states. Now, that would have been the right thing to do, to issue agencies reading of its act, which is what you do. Then that would have been clear to everybody that this is how INEC will go ahead. They can go to court. Yes, go ahead, sorry.
Thank you. Yes, thanks for sharing that, your perspective. Interesting, because it brings up even more questions. And I'm sure some people would disagree with you. We've been having quite a debate around the interpretation of this particular aspect of law. But another part which has come up as contentious following the announcement of the result is what we've cited on this show already this morning in terms of Section 160 of the Constitution and 148 of the Electoral Act of 2022, which is INEC's independence to create its own laws, even without recourse to the president, and the fact that the use of IREV, despite it being one of their guidelines, is in contest. What's your view on this? What's your perspective and interpretation? At least, I mean, I know the court is the final interpreter, but it would be great to get your thoughts and perspective on this as well. Is the use of IREV or the lack of use of IREV, does it make this election illegal, since INEC itself had put it as one of its guidelines?
Very good question. Let me start with this. You know, in 2019, when INEC claimed it didn't have powers to do certain things, I was one of those who argued that the Constitution made INEC a super regulator. That section simply means that INEC is one of those bodies that didn't need, in fact, as a matter of fact, INEC didn't need the new Electoral Act to mandate electronic transmission. And INEC has started it before even the beavers have started running, even before the law legalized it. Why is this so? INEC is given the authority as a rulemaking body to make rules. INEC is both an executive branch, it's also a quasi-legislative agency. That means it makes rules that define its work, as long as those rules are do not violate the Constitution or the Act, the Electoral Act. And thirdly, INEC is a quasi-judicial body. I've always said that the missing link in INEC work is what I call administrative adjudication, which means INEC sits to determine issues as if it was a court. Now, the new amendment that says, look, protects INEC even says that it shouldn't go to court to stop any of INEC's work. So the Constitution and the Electoral Act sees INEC as an agency that can exercise enough power to make rules and enough power to make adjudicatory decisions that only the court has the power to override based on the principles of due process, reasonableness, rationality, and legality. Now, back to the issue around this IRF. Now, people argue, and it's very surprising for anybody to argue, that INEC had discretion to choose a different mode. Now, look at what happened. The legislators gave INEC power. So in typical administrative law language, it says the legislature has donated power. Congress has donated power to the agency. So it says INEC will give power. Instead of immediately in Section 60 of the Electoral Act, instead of saying that the mode for transmission or the mode for collecting election votes is X, it says INEC shall decide what mode to use. Now, what that does is that it's deferring to INEC's expertise and the right thing to do. In administrative law, which I used to teach, we say that legislators should not make laws that provide for details, because the technical know-how, the expertise of what works, what technology can work, should be left to the expert, whether it's a central bank, whether it's INEC, whether it is the military. Let the expert, provided they follow due process. So INEC had options to go into rulemaking mode and say, we will use manual. We use manual plus technology. This is the steps we will take. INEC has the power to do so. Nobody will constrain it. But the moment INEC had gone through that process and released a directive and a guideline, that becomes subsidiary law. Therefore, both INEC and every other person handling operations in the election must comply with. So this is where we are now. INEC, by clause 38 of the regulations and guidelines for 2023 election, building on its power in section 60, now legislates to say every polling officer shall transmit these elections to INEC server IRF after polling all results. At that point, legally speaking, INEC cannot do otherwise. INEC, don't forget that build up to this provision, the original one stripped that power from INEC. Civil society advocacy, I remember very well, built hard on that, and National Assembly now, tactically and wisely in my view, instead of immediately saying electronic transmission, they say no, let's give it to INEC, because NCC came out then with a dubious data around internet penetration. And INEC had a different data they worked on. That NCC said something like 35%. INEC said, no, we have, this is the data we're using. NCC's data they have provided to the public. So the argument was that we had enough capacity. INEC said, in any case, the machines we're using are like self-supporting. They don't really need all these facilities with a recharge card, blah, 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 they can work. So that's the history. It was INEC who led to the enactment of these powers in that language. And President Buhari signed. APC legislators opposed it. Buhari signed. After the signing, the lobby against it continued. INEC restated as late as December last year that it was going to use that methodology. Now, INEC can go back on their words. We can only accuse them of being immoral, unprincipled, but it won't be invalid. But having made a legislation, a law on how elections will be transmitted, INEC can only go back now. So assuming a week or 2 weeks out before the election, INEC, having done their expertise, research, got data, had concern that, look, we can't transmit. INEC has the powers to do rulemaking and come back and release amended and says, in this election, this is how we're going to do it. We will have our comments, we'll all accuse them of something or the other, but everybody will now know that the legal basis and the process mandated by law is now this mode of transmission. So at this point, any lawyer who argues that INEC has discretion to move around from what it has to rulemaking powers done statutorily on powers conferred by the National Assembly, if a person argues that way, I'm ready to put my certificate on the ground that the person does not understand administrative law. INEC's guidelines are law, and a regulator who makes a law cannot act contrary to the law, except where the law provides that it can act contrary to the law.
Okay. Another part of this understanding will be as regards, and let's dial back to what happened in 2019, the role of a server. We all know the sticking point in that election was that INEC claimed they had no servers. So there was no place to be able to check the backup. All of a sudden, we have seen result uploads from the same to the same server. INEC claimed there was a glitch and upload could not be done in situ at the polling units. We've seen uploads there. The conditionality to be met for those uploads was the general agreement at the polling unit and the upload at the polling unit, not at the collation center. Please, can you explain that, entrapment legally?
Well, I've been trying to be focused more too legalistic and not make judgments about INEC. My views about INEC and the election has been very clear from the war that INEC was surprisingly incompetent to the point of some of them that INEC acted corruptly. See, in 2019, it's good to put this context. The context for the advocacy for electronic transmission is what happened in 2019. Now, before 2019, just like this, INEC had also talked about a server. Then when the issue became a dispute, INEC says we don't have a server. Now, the matter went to Supreme Court and the court decided, and of course, the PDP who went to court lost. So those confusion was what led to this, the new innovation that INEC now mandated. Now, if you look at how it has worked in Anambra, how it worked in Ekiti, in fact, in Osun, there were reporting instances of contestation, quarrel between voters and INEC officials, voters who insisted that this should be uploaded now. And some of the officials tried to refuse to do that immediately. There were reported cases, but ultimately, most of the results were transmitted at the polling units. And again, this is how it works. The INEC itself has demonstrated that by BVAS candidate is the same machine and device. And if you read clause 38 carefully, it provides step-by-step what should be done. So when the voting has happened and counting has completed, it's collected manually, meaning that the results are entered in a sheet of paper, which in the INEC provides form, it says in the prescribed form by INEC, and the results are entered, just like we see on social media, people bring those results. Then they just sign off on those results. Why this is done is that this is not a result generated electronically from anywhere. This is a result that people who are agents, voters, most times will still be there, some of them, and they see it, this is the result we voted for, counted publicly, they sign off. Immediately, the polling officer transmit. Now that transmission is, it takes a picture, it's like a scan. It was designed to be a, what they call PGEP, that's a picture, not word, so it's not something that you can override. They snap that picture and upload it. Then the IRF to the permanent server, okay, what do not call server. But the basic thing is that it's uploaded as it is, signed at the polling unit, not get to the collection center, whatever, because they have various collection centers for ward level, from local government to state. Now, why did we legislate electronic transmission from polling station? And why did INEC make it a condition? Because the history of manipulation is that we think about how will a court manage disputes, what we call polycentric disputes, where A says this number was cancelled, the one I had before was 42, I got 400 votes, this one is 200. It was when they were going, Mr. X took it and went under the bush and they changed the figure. Mr. X said, those things, that's a problem. So we now have a language of bumper to bumper. When they take it to a collection center, you drive to them, so follow them bumper to bumper. If they swerve, you swerve. If they stop, you stop. If they come out, you grab them. So the person who has bigger physical strength or the highest capacity for violence, usually the state governors or state institutions, entrenched personalities, win the battle of what finally becomes the result that's collected. But here, the technology says very simple. As people sign off, before you start calling the talks, before you start radioing the military to come and help you retrieve and change, right there, send it. When you send it, it's irretrievable. There will be an evidence because the court also, the Electoral Act says that electronic evidence, in the past, before this Electoral Act, the Supreme Court would hold that electronic evidence generated is not superior to the manually generated result. This act says now that when there's a conflict, because it envisaged that you could upload something and somebody goes and write nonsense and has the muzzle or connivance, this is a third word, where institutions are free. So he says, in that instance, the electronic is superior to the digital. So that's the purpose of this electronic transmission. If there's a conflict in court, you have to show the electronic.
We need to go in less than 1 minute. But I just need one or two clarifications. The first is, in the Federal Capital Territory, the president-elect scored Avia 18.98%, not up to 25%. What you are saying is that that is immaterial for the ordinary layman to get the message right, and that having won substantially, he has won, as announced. Number two, has INEC broken its own law, as alleged by the protesting aggrieved parties? Simply, in less than a minute, so that we can move on.
Sure. The second question is, yes, INEC broke its law, and I've been very clear. The INEC broke its law very, unexplainable. They broke their law deliberately. The second question is, a man who's won big everywhere and got 18% in FCT, should he not be declared as a president? And my answer is, if you read the Constitution textually, as most scholars do, then he has not met the qualification. It's bitter, it's sad, it's probably unreasonable, but that's the literal reading of the Constitution.
Well, thank you very much, Dr. Sam Amadi, for joining us on Nigeria Decides 2023. We'll take another short break now. When we return, the program will continue. Stay with us. We'll be right back.
Thinking of banking in Africa? Think Zenith. In today's fast-moving, fast-changing world, you need a financial partner that understands your unique expectations. A bank with presence in major financial centers across the world, with the enabling platform to facilitate seamlessly, whenever, wherever, however. A bank with best-in-class financial solutions from a superb combination of technology and human touch. For easy, fast, and secure banking that creates real value. Turning dreams into reality is now in your hands. People, technology, service. Zenith Bank, in your best interest.
I'm about to serve better breakfast.
If you're in Lagos, you need to see this.
I'm not just streaming content, I'm just escaping traffic.
Get more data to enjoy exclusive content. Dial *141# now.
Airtel, the smartphone network. Foreshore Waters has delivered, and we are still delivering homes in the best locations in Lagos. Even with the current economy, we are creating affordable housing options in Banana Island, Ikoyi, and environs. Now, we are bringing you an unbelievable opportunity to own fully built homes in Osborne, Ikoyi. You can own a 3-bedroom apartment with 39.99 million naira initial deposit, or a 4-bedroom maisonette for 59.99 million naira initial deposit. All homes are fully built in Osborne. You can move in immediately after your first deposit and spread the balance while you live in. Join the League of Luxury Homeowners in Lagos today. For more details and enquiries, visit www.fwl.ng.
Welcome back to Nigeria Decides 2023 here on Arise News. Joining us now to continue with the conversation on Tinubu's victory is Arise News political editor Sumna Sambo. Sumna Sambo, good to have you on the show, Nigeria Decides 2023. Well, Sumna, you were on the ground at the National Coalition Center from the beginning of the process till the end. Till the moment when one man was asking for food, and the chairman said he should be given dinner, till the moment when Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu of the All Progressives Congress was declared president-elect by the Chief Returning Officer, Professor Mahmood Yakubu. Could you take us through the main highlights of the collation and the eventual declaration, the mood, and what you observed?
All right, thank you so much, Dr. Abati, and then, of course, our colleagues there. Actually, the collation began right on Sunday when when the National Collation Center was opened, and of course, results started trickling in, and we had all the agents of the 18 political parties in attendance, and it was an atmosphere of camaraderie. I mean, until it got to Monday when the drama started with the party agents of the People's Democratic Party and the Labour Party actually getting worried about some of the results that were yet to be uploaded on the INEC's public portal for the review of election results. That's the IREV, as it's called. And of course, that led to the party agent of the People's Democratic Party, Senator Dino Melaye, standing up to actually challenge the process after he said he had been assured as of Sunday that the results will be uploaded after what was deemed to have been a technical glitch by INEC officials on Saturday. I mean, Arise News was actually worried as when we didn't see some of these results being uploaded, and we reached out to INEC officials to raise our concerns. Having been in charge of the newsroom myself, when I didn't see some of those results being uploaded as at 7 p.m. on Saturday, I got worried and I had to ask some of my correspondents who actually cover the electoral body to find out from the electoral officials what was going on. And when they did, they said that they were experiencing some challenges and the results will soon be uploaded. So I said that we should try to get a senior official to speak with us and hopefully before the close of that Saturday. But eventually I had to reach out to some of the senior officials myself to find out what exactly was the problem, because what we were told by the electoral body as Nigerians is that once the elections were over at various polling units, the polling officials at the polling units were meant to have actually captured the results using the same beavers after it had been accredited, after it had been used for accreditation. The same beavers machine is supposed to be used to capture the result and then upload it. They actually told were actually being asked by political parties and other journalists too, so that we should await a preliminary statement on what was going on, because they were trying to find out what exactly the issue was. And of course, on Sunday, they did come out with a preliminary statement saying that they were having some issues. And of course, the results started trickling in from Sunday morning. But as at Monday, when the PDP and of course later on Labour Party officials raised that issue at the National Coalition Center, I mean, some of us too as journalists were worried that the results had not been fully uploaded more than 24 hours after the election. And so that was the background to some of the intrigues and intricacies that we witnessed at the National Coalition Center, which eventually led to a walkout being staged by the PDP and the LP. And of course, it culminated to the press conferences and all of that we saw on Tuesday. So generally, that actually poisoned the atmosphere of the National Coalition Center. And like I started, with the issues of camaraderie, a lot of people became apprehensive. But, after the walkout by the PDP and Labour Party, some other political parties, which we had thought were part of the walkout, came back that same Monday, and they said no. They reassured the INEC chairman that they were still part of the process, and those are parties like SDP, Action Alliance, ADC, and all of that, saying that they were still part of the process and that they were passing a vote of confidence on the INEC national chairman. Now, the PDP and then the LP later asked the INEC national chairman to step aside because they no longer enjoyed confidence in him. But of course, INEC national chairman, through his spokesperson, Rotimi Oyekanmi, issued a statement saying that he wasn't going to step aside as the INEC national chairman and then, of course, the presiding officer for the presidential elections. So that's how it was way up until yesterday when eventually we saw some of the last results coming in from the states. And of course, a declaration was made early Wednesday, that was just a few hours ago, and Bola Ahmed Tinubu of the All Progressives Congress was declared president-elect alongside Kashim Shettima as vice president-elect by Professor Mahmoud Yakubu.
Well, thank you so much for that detailed summary of your experience at the National Coalition Center. But one of the things that also happened was an interesting aspect of the proceedings was what happened with the returning officer from Rivers State, who midway into announcing results from the wards in Rivers State had to stop due to threats to life. So it brings up the issue around security and these areas that marred this election. What was the I don't know if you had the opportunity to speak to the returning officer to investigate that, or perhaps if there were similar incidents recorded by other returning officers who said they had to make some of those results under duress. What was your observation?
All right. So there was no specific issue of any duress being mentioned by any of the state coalition officers for the presidential election at the National Coalition Center. But we had heard, and then of course, for those of us who may have viewed some of the live visuals, live streaming of what was going on at the state coalition centers, that of the Rivers State, yes, had issues. But at the National Coalition Center, we didn't see any or hear directly that these officers complained that they were under duress. What we actually heard was whenever any of the state coalition officer for the presidential election, they are called SCOP by INEC, which is an acronym for them. We often heard the INEC national chairman asking them after their presentation, was there any issues of cancellation of ballots? Was there any issue of violence? And then, of course, if there was any issue of violence or accreditation, what steps were taken? And so each of the scope officials will then go ahead to say, yes, there was violence or there was no violence, these polling units were cancelled or these polling units were not cancelled. And then the INEC national chairman will then ask, if there was violence in this particular polling unit and this polling unit was cancelled, how many voters got registered there? How many collected their PVCs? And what's the margin compared to other areas that have been declared? And then they will go ahead and state it. And then, of course, everybody will hear. And then some of the issues that were raised, actually, the INEC national chairman had promised that he was going to speak about these issues raised by some of the party agents, including that of the Labour Party and the PDP at the end of the entire collation. And so it was surprising, actually, that the INEC national chairman just went ahead and made the declaration, which is within his powers as the chief electoral officer of the Federation and then the returning officer of the presidential election, without addressing some of the things that he had said he was going to do when the entire collation is over. Because if you look at the Electoral Act, there's that provision for the INEC national chairman to review any of the results presented to him, but only after all the entire results would have come in. Because don't forget, by our laws, the presidential election is deemed as one constituency election. That's Nigeria as a whole. Just like you have a different senatorial district being one, and then, of course, House of Representative district being one. So in the presidential election, the entire country is deemed as one constituency. So it is when the entire results have come in, then complaints are received, then the INEC chairman, as the chief electoral officer, is supposed to take a look at all of these complaints and then address them. But yesterday, when the INEC national chairman did the final declaration of results, I mean, he just stood up and shut the collation center. So there was no room for him to address that. My guess is that maybe he's asking the political parties to head to the courts.
All right, Sumner, two things. Number one, before INEC released that statement that there was a technical glitch, there was an interview that was done live on another channel where Festus Okoye was said to have allegedly now said that nobody promised the transmission of presidential election results, or an INEC official was said nobody promised the transmission of presidential election results to the IRF. Because that's a point being made now. Secondly, they came and released a statement afterwards, a press statement saying there was a technical glitch. Since the release of the press statement, has INEC even released a counter press statement saying they have solved or dealt with the technical glitch? Briefly, Sumner.
Well, we haven't seen any other statement from INEC saying that they had resolved the technical glitch. But what we could actually see is an improvement in the number of results being uploaded. If you check the website right now, the portal, you will see that there's a tremendous amount of results that have been uploaded. I mean, last time I checked last night, it was about 141,000 or so. So now we have about 176,000 polling units across the Federation. And so by this morning, of course, the upload would have continued. Now, back to the issue you have raised as to INEC not promising anyone. You know, that has been very, very controversial. I mean, during the making of the electoral law, I mean, I was always present at the National Assembly then to follow up on this issue, having covered the Parliament myself for several years. Now, there was that contentious part. Is it a transmission of election result or transfer of election results? And then don't forget, there was that controversy last year as to whether we are doing electronic transmission of election result or it's simply snapping the manual process and uploading it. So these are two difficult things that even yesterday at the Senate chamber, a lot of lawmakers, the same people who crafted these laws, engage each other what exactly they meant when they were crafting that legislation. So here is what some of them are actually saying. And of course, these are senators from the Governing All Progressives Congress, that what their intention was actually to the transfer of results and not necessarily the electronic transmission of election results. So that is, the BVAS is supposed to be used for accreditation. Once you are using it for accreditation, then the next process is for you to use it to sign, for you to use it to take a picture of the manual election result and then uploading it. Now, some of the senators were saying that the upload may be immediate or it may be deferred later. But from the understanding that the National Assembly and the electoral body, INEC itself, had made Nigerians to believe, they had told Nigerians that the process was going to be swift. Immediately the election results are done with at the polling unit, even the INEC guidelines states that the electoral officer, the polling unit official should take a snapshot of it and upload it into the IREV result portal. But we are hearing that it's a transfer and not a transmission of the election results.
Okay, everything is already in the election guidelines. Thank you so much, Shamna, for your time. We'll take a short break now. When we return, Nigeria Decides 2023 will continue. Stay with us.
Emergencies happen when you least expect them to. It gets worse when you are cash trapped. No need to despair. First Advance has you covered. You can get that urgent cash right now on First Advance. With First Advance, salary earners can get up to 50% of their salary. No hassles. As long as you earn a monthly salary and your salary account has been active for at least 2 months. It doesn't matter if you run a salary account with First Bank or any other bank. Just dial *894*11# or simply dial *894# on your mobile phone. What's more, when you open a First Bank salary account, you can enjoy 0 charges and free debit card issuance. Download the First mobile app on Play Store or App Store today. Log in to experience First Bank digital banking. Select loans, select First Advance, and follow the prompts to receive your loan. Don't let that urgent need get the best of you. Get First Advance now. It's as simple as dialing *894*11#. First Advance. Fast, convenient, secure. You first. First Bank.
What is really happening in Akamata market? It seems these people don't want the election to hold.
I hope you're broadcasting to the world must hear.
No. Is that how you people share sensitive news like that without verifying it? If I may ask, which news platform published the news?
Jojo sent it though.
Jojo? Is that not the same Jojo that posted a fake election result the last time that almost caused a riot?
You know they forget something.
No. In this election season and after, one must be very careful. Or do you want to set the country on fire?
Fake news is a threat to a free and fair election and to peace and security. So, before you share any news, check to be sure the source is credible. Check if there are supporting credible sources. Read beyond the headlines. Check the author. Check the date. Check your biases. Ask an expert or send to a fact-checking organization for confirmation. Say no to fake news. This message is brought to you by the Center for Democracy and Development, CDD, with support from the UK government.
Since 2016, Horizon Estates has delivered quality homes in and around Lekki Phase 1. We've built a reputation of creating a fine balance of affordability, prime locations, and world-class quality. Horizon Estates has delivered thousands of homes at pocket-friendly prices, and today, an opportunity to own one has come knocking on your door. You can own a 3-bedroom apartment in Lekki Phase 1 with a 79.99 million naira outright payment, or a 2-bedroom apartment opposite Lekki Phase 1 at 35.99 million naira outright payment, or you can make a 19.99 million naira initial deposit, moving immediately into your 4-bedroom maisonette by Lekki Phase 1 and pay the balance across 24 months while you live in. To become a proud owner of a quality home in Lekki Phase 1, visit hzelekki.com.
Life is so much easier these days. Our doors are lockless. Our phones are padless. Our cars are keyless. Our AirPods are cordless. Even our cars are soon going driverless. Thank you. So, why can't we go cashless? Limit the amount of cash you carry around by using the eNaira, POS terminals, ATM, and USSD codes via mobile devices for your transactions the cashless way. Don't you like the soft life? Be limitless. This message is brought to you by the Central Bank of Nigeria.
Welcome back.
Welcome back to Nigeria Decides 2023 here on Arise News. Joining us now to further the conversation on Tinubu's victory is Chinenye Mba Uzoku. Good morning and welcome to the show.
Good morning and thank you for having me.
Well, good morning, Chinenye. The big issue in this election so far has been what INEC described as technical glitches and the inability of the polling officers to transmit onto the IREV portal that INEC talked about, from BVAS to IREV. Now, as someone in the tech space who deals with data, what do you think will have happened? Because INEC is here to give us a proper explanation of what the glitches, are all about. Beyond saying, oh, it's big election. We used BVAS during off-cycle election, but this bigger election, everything failed. What exactly failed? Is it competence or infrastructure? If you could just take us through, why there was no auto-scaling, why these servers, everything just collapsed, with NCC saying that there was no network problem.
Thank you, Ruben. I would say that there are well, the first thing is that an election is actually about a chain of trust. Nigerians as citizens have to express themselves through the ballot. In order to express themselves properly through the ballot, what they have to do is to engage in a process that has to be guaranteed by the people and the institutions that actually run them. In this case, INEC, to be clear. And so we can speculate about what went wrong. I think until we find out from INEC exactly what happened to their infrastructure, it's all in the realm of speculation. But let me take you through what one would expect, this technology to actually deliver. I think there are three things that in simple terms, there are probably three things that the BVAS needed to do. And I'll use my own terms. The first thing you needed to do was accreditation. The second thing you needed to do was to document the outcome of the polls. And the third, of course, was to transmit the documentation that it has gathered to the IREV portal so that Nigerians would feel across these three steps that there was transparency, there was accountability, and there was integrity in the process itself. I think we should be clear that INEC and BVAS actually succeeded with the first part, which is accreditation. I haven't heard too many reports, unlike in the past, where people failed at the point of accreditation. I voted, and when I voted, it was quite easy for me to be accredited. I mean, I gave them my card, they took the photograph, they checked they did the biometric facial recognition, and then I went to go and vote. Now, what I think is where the, so this one is, you can say we scored, close to 100%. The bigger challenge, I think, is around the other two steps, which is, did we actually document the election? Now, it's important to remember, there's a lot of discussion around this, but I don't think that people, the general public, may have the understanding, the clear understanding that by documenting it, what we said, transmit results, according to the, I think that's exactly what it says inside the law. What the BVAS was actually going to do was to take a photograph, which is an image of the results that were recorded manually on the form EC8A. That image is just exactly that. It's an image, it's a photograph. Just like if you take a photograph with your camera, Ruben, there's no way you can read data from it except that you are interpreting what you see. That data, so when you transmit that image, it doesn't automatically update the IREF portal. It doesn't automatically update any database. Somebody has to look at that image and then pull out the figures. But that isn't what is happening. So at that first point, we must understand that the BVAS was not transmitting data in the sense of the results of the election by way of numbers. And I'll come back to the answer because there's a very quick fix to that. The third piece is around the transmission. Now, of course, the BVAS has an offline mode and an online mode. And in that respect, it actually was supposed to be able to record whatever it has captured, which should have been on the BVAS. My understanding is that the BVAS is the control and is actually the reference document. What we saw was that the paper record was actually the point of reference because that's what was taken to collation centers. And in the collation centers, numbers were being manually added up based on pieces of paper and not referencing the BVAS. So it seems to me that in the process that we've just described, that the BVAS is kept in case of disputes and not actually for the purpose of actually tallying the results of the elections. And if I may, I want to just quickly make this point that the BVAS is a device. It's the software that runs on top of it that's important. And this software that runs on top of the BVAS is something that can easily be updated. I think that we missed out on something in terms of the BVAS, and I'll explain that very quickly. Assuming the BVAS itself, at the end of the voting at the polling booth, at the PUs, the results were tallied through the counting and actually entered as numbers inside the BVAS, in which case, I mean, we all go to supermarkets, we buy things online, we get receipts, we get these numbers, we get these things punched into them. I believe that we should have, if we were not able to vote electorally by way of choosing the candidates, the minimum that the BVAS should do is to open up a form that gives you where all the parties are per election, and those numbers should have been entered by the INEC officials inside the BVAS, the actual numbers inside the BVAS, and that is what would have been transmitted. In that case, we can then say that the data, meaning the results, were actually transmitted and not the image of the results. I hope that clarifies. I'm trying to put it as simply as I can, and I hope that helps us get a better understanding. So maybe we can discuss that a bit more. I'll stop there. Thank you.
That certainly gives a clearer picture. For a number of people, and I'm so glad you brought this angle to the conversation, when BVAS was said to be the game changer and results were going to be electronically transmitted, what a number of software developers like yourself, or like the people that you represent would have thought would be that it was electronic, it was going to be electronical from start to finish, whereby results are imputed into a device and that is then transmitted so that it reduces the risk of manipulation. But that's not what we had. However, I still want to draw out a bit from the question that was just asked from you, because the big thing here is the statement made by the National Commissioner, INEC Commissioner for Voter Education, Mr. Festus Okoye, who said in a statement, talked about the technical glitches. Because across the nation on the 25th of February, results were not able to be transmitted at the collation, at the polling units due to what, turning down according to what they said. But it wasn't with network because we use network from different providers and they seem to be working on other devices except for BVAS. So there must have been something that went wrong. Now, from your expert perspective, I'm not saying that's what went wrong, but at least for us to begin to postulate and prefer reasons why this issue must have happened. What could potentially go wrong in a situation like this, using a device like BVAS with the configuration as it currently stands? What are some of the challenges? What are potential challenges?
Okay, I believe right. So it's a good question. I think without having the specifications of the device itself, it appears to be an Android device, which is a standard type of tablet that all of us, generally have in our homes. It may have been enhanced in certain ways, but fundamentally it does the same thing as a phone in your hand. And so it's a good question. Why is it that we had challenges in terms of working with that? Well, periodically, we all have challenges with network, don't we? Sometimes when you write an email off of your phone or your device, you're not able to send it, sent later. Sometimes when you want to connect your website, you don't get that happening. So I think from the perspective of what happened with the BVAS in different locations, there must have been, I could say generically say that across board, there must have been cases where there would have been challenges in terms of the device itself making the connection. You can be in an environment, as we all know, where you have 3, 4 phones. I'm trying to call you right next to me and it's not working. So that is something that is there. But my point really around all this is that the connectivity side of it should not be the issue, because INEC had actually provided for the connectivity issue by way of enabling that device take a record of the event, a record of the voting offline, and then subsequently transmits. So the key question is less about did it work in terms of transmitting immediately, or is it more important that we can, wherever that device is, you can open up that device and see the actual results of the election? I think in the transmission thing, we should assume that the connectivity will not be 100%, and therefore there will be failure in certain places. The other thing that is important is the way that, on devices, you have what we call random access memory and read-only memory. What that means is that when you commit something to read-only, it cannot be edited by anyone. It's locked into the device. And so the results, or whatever it was that the BVAS was capturing, in this case, an image of the results, is locked into a read-only memory, which is not accessible to anyone except the people who have administrative access to the device itself. Okay. So the devices, were they capable of capturing the information? Yes. The key question is, what did they capture? Okay. We have seen situations of images of human beings. We've seen images of results coming from different parts of the country, going to the wrong section. I'm just saying, if you had put in the numbers as they were captured by the citizens, and I must congratulate Nigerians for coming out, in response and trusting the system. Okay. I think if the system failed Nigerians is a big question for us to answer.
So just to dial back, and just to challenge some of your positions, I think we're missing the point here, honestly, in this argument, and I'll tell you how we're missing the point. It is about the integrity of the system, and concerning the transmission, the feedback from site was that they had to send to a temporary offline portal, which was not supposed to be the case. And it was after complaints that INEC said they were having a glitch. They didn't put forward a complaint at first. The question is, why wasn't it transmitted? Even the places where the voters were arguing that please transmit my result, the electoral officers had to tell them a lie that they had transmitted it, but what they did was to put in the offline portal just to shush them off their backs. Then they went to the collation center and results were changed. And it was after they had arrived at the collation center, transmission was done. And secondly, to your viewpoint, sir, where you talked about, oh, why can't we put a spreadsheet on the system? It is almost impossible in a country where people are largely illiterate, because if you are to fill an online form, that's even subject to mistake by the person filling them. Also, how do you authenticate signing by the various party agents? And how do you put that out publicly in a country that is largely illiterate? Those are the other factors on ground. So I think the point we should speak to is the fact that transmission was not done at the polling unit. It was done after the collation center. And that was when all of a sudden the network started going. Yes.
I think, Rufai, if I may, I think we're actually saying the same thing. You see, if you transmit an image of a result, you're still going to manually collate it. Somebody's going to have to read that image or read that physical paper and start manually entering the numbers inside the system, which again introduces a point of failure and possible error and possible, misuse of the system itself. My point around the form, and I actually challenge you regarding this form, the INEC officials are people who obviously do online banking. They have mobile apps. They go onto forms online all the time. Entering numbers, I didn't talk about a spreadsheet. A spreadsheet is a complex way of solving that problem. You don't need a spreadsheet. You just need a form with fields, and you enter the numbers there. Once you put in those numbers, the BVAS could have been shown to the party agents. They would have accepted, they would have pressed submit. once they hit that submit, in the same way that when you want to send money to anybody through your app, it will challenge you first of all and say, confirm this transfer, and you click transfer. I don't think that the people that I saw in the, I forget the electorate and the level of the literacy, I think the people that INEC had as were competent to actually use those kind of applications, a simple application. And this is what was missing. To your point around the transmission and the collation, you see, I think that when we talk about the chain of trust and integrity of that system, the more you eliminate the points of human intervention, the stronger that system itself becomes. That's what we assume in technology. You try as much as possible to pass the responsibility for the integrity onto the system itself and to lock it in. What happens at the collation center, and I think we saw many of those videos, where people sitting down with sheets of paper and a bottle of, and a Tipex, able to alter results or alter computations, whether they're doing so intentionally to rig the election or doing so because the numbers were wrongly computed by human beings. I mean, in my polling unit, we had an INEC official using a feature phone and rapidly adding numbers and seeing that the number was not coming clear, and then going back to go and Tipex out what had been entered earlier to try to balance those things. This is not necessary. And this is what technology can do for you. It's almost 100% of the time, if you press your calculator and you add 1 + 1, it's going to give you 2. As long as you have a human being, you're asking that person, what is 1 + 1? You introduce a margin of error. And I think that's the point that I'm trying to make, that if we want to strengthen this system, and the question can be asked and should be asked, why weren't these simple things done when they're eminently possible and they're already in use in other parts of the country used. And so yes, they created the opportunity for this thing to happen. And it's a bit of a pity because Nigerians trusted the system and came out in full to vote. I think that the institutions needed to be respectful of the citizens and give them the best possible use of the technology. Unfortunately, we did not succeed in doing so.
Thank you so much. And I think it's also incumbent on INEC to let us see a log of what really transpired that day. I mean, tech doesn't lie. We'll take a short break now. When we return, Nigeria Decides will continue. Stay with us.
You hear the sound and credit alert. Quick and easy transfer, say we want to serve you better. No be play, we go turn your business around. We are Fidelity Bank. Show you be the person we want relax. Save your money, your girl with the serve, we know they tired. Say now your future be our concern. At Fidelity Bank, Fidelity there for you. We are here for you. We are the bank for you. It's true, do it all for you. We will stand by you. Put your trust in us. We are the bank for you. We are the bank.
In Fidelity, we keep our word. 34 million hectares of arable land. Over 200 million people. One nation. Home to Africa's fertilizer company. Dangote Fertilizer. Pure urea fertilizer. With one single-minded passion to feed Nigeria. Every bag is a potential, an aspiration to turn this green nation into the biggest food basket of Africa. Dangote Fertilizer.
A peak protein breakfast gets you up to a great day. How do I know? Because my daddy goes through his work feeling good and always with a smile. Mommy is always filled with confidence. My sister is always in tune. And for me, learning new things becomes absolute fun. That's because all day and every day, the peak goes on.
Start your day with a peak protein breakfast. Peak. Reach for your peak.
Since the beginning of this campaign, Jando and Funke have rigorously traversed all wards in Lagos State, from Ikorodu to Badagry, Ekpe to Alimosho, seeking to know the true state of our state and where the shoe really pinches. They visited the riverine communities and places that have never been visited before by any governorship candidate in the history of Lagos politics. Funke's market storm is also the first of its kind by a deputy governorship candidate. Lagos, there's so much work to do. It is time to give the man who knows Lagos and can birth a breath of fresh air the chance to lead. Vote Dr. Abdulaziz Olajide Adediran as governor of Lagos State. PDP! Power to the people!
Welcome back to Nigeria Decides 2023 here on the Arise News channel. The two main opposition parties, the People's Democratic Party and the Labour Party, are calling for the results of Saturday's election to be cancelled. The parties have held a joint conference calling once again for the vote to be cancelled and describing it as a sham.
We are witnessing the fact that the next government is going to be built on outright illegality. What INEC has accelerated itself to doing is to put itself in a trance to promote illegality and thereafter call for the courts to resolve the illegality that they have worked on. Nowhere in the world where there is respect for rule of law do people easily and hurriedly tell others with impunity, go to court, go and seek redress. The courts are final.
All election results must be transmitted at the polling unit level. And that is the basis, is those results from the over 176,000 units that we can use through the process of collation. So if you have not transmitted those results, it means that you have actually not conducted the election under the very law that we all applauded. So the right thing to do is for the INEC chairman to go for the elections.
Joining us now is Abdulaziz Olajide Adediran, the Lagos State governorship candidate of the People's Democratic Party, PDP. And from our Abuja studio, Buba Galadima, a chieftain of the new Nigerian People's Party, NNPP. Well, thank you very much for joining us. Jando, as is popularly known, and Alhaji Buba Galadima. Well, two different questions. One for you, one for Alhaji Galadima. Jando, what's your reaction that city boy of Lagos, Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu, of the, where you say rival party, or Progressives Congress, but from your state, has been declared president-elect? And then your reaction to how the gubernatorial election played out in Lagos State, with the Labour Party, getting ahead of both the APC and also the PDP. And then Alhaji Galadima. Well, from the results that we have seen so far, The last time you were here, you were very confident that your candidate, Senator Rabiu Musa Kwankwanso, was going to win all over Nigeria. But what we have seen now is that, it looks like his political influence is limited to Kano State. Okay, maybe a little in Yobe State, but he won only one state. What lessons, is your party learning from this in terms of preparation for the March 11 election and maybe for the future? Because the Constitution says no, the politicians should not be from the village, should have spread within the purview of the Constitution. Let's start with you, Jandor.
Okay, I think the first thing for me to do is to speak to the people of Lagos. Let me look at the camera. Lagosians, I need to let you know this. What has happened at the center cannot and will not have any effect whatsoever on the decision we're going to take in this coming election in the state of Lagos. The same manner in which we collapse all party affiliations to vote for that personality we wanted, we will repeat the same by putting our best foot forward and choose that strong-willed individual that will take our state out of these marauders. What we're speaking to is that we will call all out, irrespective of what has happened at the center, and take our state. I am ready, Jandor is ready. I've heard so many things coming from the sitting government, they're approaching Jandor. Read my lips. I am not backing down. This is the 8th year on this. This is our last lap. We're going to take our Lagos, we'll win this election landslide. Like I said, the same manner we collapsed party affiliation and decided to say it is that personality that we want, we will do it. And I want to speak to our brothers, the Igbo extraction that is in Lagos, of Igbo extraction in Lagos. I'm going to be your governor. That governor that will consider you as a crucial part of the state. And take it from me, nobody, I'm a Lagosian of the first order, nobody will harass you in this state. Come all out on Saturday and take a decision. Let me remind you, they did everything on Saturday to vandalize and disrupt the election. But at the end of the day, people's will prevail. The same thing we're going to repeat. There is no how anybody would have capacity to destroy the entire 13,325 polling units in Lagos. No, nobody. This election, we're going to make a statement to say whatever has happened at the center is inconsequential. I am ready to speak with other contenders in other political parties. Let us come together and put our best foot forward. Mere emotions won't do this. It is our decision to take this Lagos out of them, and we will win it. It worries me that we have people attacking everybody everywhere under the watch of a sitting governor, and not a single statement to condemn that. We will install a government all of us will be proud of and call our own. Jandor, let's down to the issue of the election that you asked me. All of us have thought that INEC will live up to his responsibility, constitutional responsibility. We know how this is being done. We can also do it. We were together, all the things that were done on Saturday, but because we have seen 1, 2, 3 election, and all of us relaxed to say the dark days are over. But now with this that they have done, so we'll go to the next poll. All of us prepared to do the needful and make sure we were declared the winner of that election. They can also go to court. This is what is going to happen. Because clearly, INEC has said to us that it really does not matter what they say or the constitutional provision of the Electoral Act, that we can just play it anyhow. But this is my own reaction to it. Everybody has seen it, it's been condemned everywhere. If you say to us that this election, we are going to be uploading results from the polling units, I mean, we expected that that should happen because we have seen it in Anambra. We saw it happen in the Osun and Ekiti election. So all of us are thought we've been able to put that dark days behind us. But somehow it's happened this way. I saw it. Let me say this. The voters of Saturday, you will see that the 582,000 votes that LP polled. 358 of these votes is from my senatorial district. Our own senator representing Lagos West won that election because as they were voting LP at the presidential level, they were voting PDP for senators because these are traditional PDP voters. And we have said it before now, that Peter Obi going elsewhere, Atiku staying somewhere else, of course it will divide that vote. If you go to 2019 election and you see the amount of, number of votes polled by Atiku Abubakar, you will see that it's exactly the same thing, the same pattern of this vote that we had in this, that Peter Obi had to poll. So when I hear that some of us begin to look at, because when we won that election, they went back to change the entire figure to suit them and declare their own candidate winner. This has been the style. You understand? I understand this style. I was coming from there. So now that we know that it is open, we'll go into this coming election now. Everybody prepared, and let's go and be declared winner.
So what you're saying, you used to rig for them before because you say you understand the style, you know what was going on.
Okay,
Wasn't that you used to rig for APC before?
See,
is that what you're saying?
We had this election. Election Saturday. I said, we thought that the dark days were over. But unfortunately, INEC are saying, no, there's still a room for you to be declared winner and the rest can go to court. So we're ready now. I think they've been able to say we will do that.
Isn't that political pragmatism, realpolitik from the perspective of politicians? Okay, Alhaji Buba Galadima, I was asking you a question earlier on about whether your party has learned any lesson about the limits of the political popularity of your candidate, Senator Rabiu Musa Kwankwaso.
Well, thank you very much, Dr. Ruben Nabati. And I thank all Nigerians for coming out to vote, especially members of the NNPP. Yesterday, our party addressed a press conference and laid down their preliminary position on this election. Today, the presidential candidate or the Presidential Campaign Council will be meeting at 2 o'clock when we receive inputs from the delegation sent to all the states. But let me say that Senator Rabiu Musa Kwankwaso is the hero of the 25th February election. In fact, he is the one that has won this election. He's the only man standing in this election. He has been fought right from the beginning when we took this party by INEC and up to the polling unit on Saturday. And I will explain. I hope you know, and I hope any of you listening to us or seeing me had gone out to vote. Do you know that the name NNPP is not on any ballot? On any ballot on Saturday. Do you know that the symbol of the NNPP was blood and is not identifiable, that you cannot see any of the fruits in the so-called basket, which looked like a sheep, and the map of Nigeria is not there? That was the situation on Saturday. And I said that he's the hero. This was where all the parties, all the three major parties, were fighting to suppress him in a conspiratorial agreement with a section of the press and INEC. He still stood firm, straight like an Iroko tree. And without symbol, he was able to garner 1.4, according to them, million votes. When on our record, in Kano alone, over 1.5 million people voted for him. So we will sit down and take a decision. And it is disgraceful for INEC. First, when we were submitting candidates, INEC blocked us 3 days to uploading of our candidates into INEC server. We had to go to court. Court gave us judgment. Again, they appealed to appeal court. Court gave us judgment. Professor Mahmoud refused, as I speak to you, to upload the names of over 50% of our candidates into INEC server. That is rigging by style. Now, listen, when I land, that is rigging by style. So, and a case in point is Kano. Everybody in Nigeria knew that Senator Brian Shekarau resigned from the NNPP, gave a notice to INEC, gave us a letter of his resignation. Professor Mahmoud insisted that whether he resigned or not, he should continue to be our candidate. And this is shameful and disgraceful for the electoral body to hold that position. And today, when even we won that seat, it was Shekarau that was declared by INEC. Nothing can be far from the truth.
All right, thank you very much for laying that. But I want to ask you a question, because the last time you were here, I did point out the fact to you that it seemed like the NNPP was concentrating their campaigns and stronghold in the north. In fact, with the results coming out from 25th of February, it looks like it was only in Kano State, because in other parts of the north, the NNPP did quite poorly in terms of the outcome. So whilst we hear you, but it's quite difficult to understand how you would have been able to penetrate or have a widespread with the very low numbers that have come out from not just the north, aside Kano, but in the south, southwest, southeast, south, and even, like I mentioned, other parts of the north. Now, with the benefit of hindsight, there were calls for you to form an alliance with the Labour Party. The Labour Party scored over almost 5 times what the NNPP was able to get state. With the better hindsight, would you have pursued that alliance? Would you have pursued that collaboration so as to get a better chance at this election? That's one for you, Alhaji Galadima. And I'll ask you a similar question, Jandor, because again, there were calls, and you said even following the presidential elections, there have been calls to you as to aligning with the Labour Party. The PDP had quite a poor showing in Lagos State, and in the southwest, they came second in other parts, and aside from Osun State where they came first. But in Lagos State in particular, the share of votes was quite low. And I hear you when you say over 300,000 of the votes were from PDP strongholds. But coming the 11th of March in a few days, would you again, I ask you, be willing to have conversations with other parties to strengthen, and in this question, the Labour Party, to strengthen your chances of winning this state for the gubernatorial elections? I'll start with you, Alhaji Galadima, and then I'll come to you, Jandor.
Well, first, let me say that you are suggestive. That should not be the case. What you should have said is NNPP looking forward to making an alliance or an understanding with any political party? But what we believe is that we did not lose the election because our symbol is not there, our name is not there. That is enough to election. So we have not yet reached that stage. Our party will be meeting this afternoon, and I want to say that we don't share anything in common with the other 2-3 political parties. They are either ethnic-based or religiously biased, and we were campaigning on the issues rather than sentiments or primordial sentiments of religion, primordial sentiments of tribe, or primordial sentiments of where you come from. We campaigned on the basis of the integrity of our candidate, the performance while in public office of our candidate, the experience of our candidate, which no other candidate has that in this election. So we are quite different from them. We are ideological, while they are either ethnic or religiously based. And they followed us up to the polling booth, said, oh, these ones where they are strong, Kwankwaso stepping down for Obi. Oh, Kwankwaso stepping down for Atiku. Oh, Kwankwaso is stepping down for Tinubu. We are on our own. And we will stand on our own. When elections are free, fair, and transparent with our symbols on, we believe we will win this election.
Well, thank you very much, Jandor.
Okay, so let's quickly analyze last weekend election. Remember, we have 3 people majorly on this race. The first person is a Yoruba from here. If you look at my hand, the second person is of the Igbo extraction. And the third person is Arewa, which is Alhaji Atiku Abubakar. And if you look at Lagos, Lagos has more Yoruba people and more of the people of the Igbo extraction in Lagos. Go back to 2019. The same man that was on the ballot on Labour ticket was also on the ballot in 2019 on PDP ticket. And he pulled the same, as a matter of fact, they even won Lagos at that time as well, with Atiku Abubakar in 2019. Of course, we know what we did. So if you look at that factor, played out majorly in what happened, because the votes that was given to Labour Party are traditional PDP votes. The axis where these votes came from, they are PDP stronghold, where you have more of these people, and they really understand these policies. As a matter of fact, myself as senatorial candidate, we were in a meeting, rigorous meeting with them before that election, persuading and begging and explaining to them, you know what, we also love Peter Obi, he was one of us. But if you understand, you know, the geography called Nigeria, it will be difficult for you to say you're going to win with this spread. And they told us, of course, we are with you. We will forever with you. This particular, we stand out, explain all of that. But hey, they've been able to have their say with what happened on Saturday. But what we are now saying is that this coming election is not enough for us to have our say. We should have our way in the state of Lagos. The government that is there, that was spent 24 years, let them spend 100 years, they will continue to harass the people of Lagos, irrespective of where you come from on the street of Lagos. In 1993, when MK Abiola was declared winner of the election, there was jubilation everywhere. This morning, the information that has gotten to me on my way here was that APC people have started attacking PDP people in Etiosa, in Niger area of Lagos, Yoruba people. So I don't understand. So I think I would like to speak to the winner of the election at the center, that perhaps it should start acting presidential. I mean, even though it may be short-lived, but it should start acting presidential and speak to all these mad dogs that are in Lagos to say, you know what, can you guys, I mean, we should have a Lagos that will be saner this time. I mean, it should speak to this. There should be jubilation everywhere, but the reverse is the case. It's speaking to something. Like what I'm saying, going to this election, and we're going to win this election on Saturday. We're not ruling out collaborations with Labour. But let us say this to ourselves. The election of Saturday, the vote that was polled in Lagos wasn't Labour Party's vote. They were Peter Obi's votes. And everybody voted for Peter Obi. Elite, everybody, including Yoruba elite, were places that opposition has never won before, won landslide. It was because the people stood their ground. This same manner we can do this and put forward our best foot to say, you know what, let us come together and do this. We are ready. We are open to, in fact, I was the first to start talking to other governorship candidates in Lagos. I went to Olufunso Duarte immediately after our first debate to say, bon, yes, even though I'm of the almighty PDP, we can talk and come together and confront these people. He will testify to that. I went to the NRM candidate, Braithwaite, to say, you know what, we can talk. With Gbadebo, talks are ongoing. And it's about time the prominent Lagosians step up and look at us. look at the amount of work we have done. Let us put our best foot forward in this election. Let's rally around ourselves. We will defeat them. See, this Saturday, we will defeat them landslide, and this will be their last in this state.
Right. So a couple of things, and I think I want to get some clarification. Well, yes, because you keep saying we know what we're doing. So are we to say that you used to rig with them before? Because you said PDP won then in 2019, but we know what we did. You have to clarify that for me. Also, you made another assumption that you said prior to this time that Labour Party will not have the spread. But I think factually, that's falling flat on its feet. Because Labour Party got, plus FCT, 12, 11 states. The eventual winner got 12 states. Atiku Abubakar, 12. So in terms of spread, a man that a lot of people called largely a southern candidate won in Plateau, which is in the north, had incursions in other parts of the north, almost won in Benue. So when you talk about spread, he did have the spread. And I'm sure you will confirm that Peter Obi performed way beyond the expectation of anybody.
Absolutely.
Which you can't take out of him.
Okay, Rufai.
So, I know, it's two questions. So I want you to comment on that. And a lot of people are also arguing, Jano, that it is Labour Party that they voted. You said it is Peter Obi's vote, but it was Labour Party they voted for. And it is Labour a lot of people want to see on the ballot. How would you wriggle that out? That's for you. For Alhaji Buba Galadima, good to see you again, Alhaji. And lost. Alhaji, you talked about spread. But in terms of spread, Peter Obi did a better job than your party. He didn't alone get the spread, despite the fact that you called him a southern candidate. He entered into the strongholds of the north, and he did well. States like Kaduna, states like Taraba, in some states in the north, performing better than your candidate that was always just about the north. So based on your argument that they didn't have spread, he had a better spread than you. And based also on your argument that you don't want to deal with regional candidates and all of that, he has a better national spread than you. And it appears that the NNPP is the regional candidate in this respect, only winning one place, that is Kanu. What would you say about all of these arguments made? I'll come to you afterwards, Alhaji, but Jandor, to you first.
Okay, thank you. Let's try to educate ourselves there, because in your presentation, you've even conflicted yourself. First, there is a difference between Peter Obi and Labour Party. And I'll tell you. Peter Obi, Labour Party has always been on the ballot since 1999. What has the party done with that? Everybody that trooped out on Saturday to vote everywhere in Nigeria, what played out, ethnicity played out. So for that person now called Peter Obi, don't let nobody delude himself to think it was a Labour Party. Banky W lost in Etiosa to a candidate that doesn't even know that he himself was contesting. So Banky W didn't lose to that guy, he lost to Peter Obi. Ilumelu in Delta State, a sitting rep, lost not to whoever got it, but to Peter Obi. So these are the things that everybody came all out to say, we are giving this guy the vote, the personality, what he represents. And of course, it's just that your name can be on the ballot. If he has gone as an independent candidate, he would have gotten the same votes because he was the one that was voted for. So if you try to do a mistake and think it's a Labour Party thing, will remind you so many things about it. So I am saying to you again and again that majority of these votes, especially the ones that came from the West, they are traditional PDP votes. Then, if you look at the spread, elites came all out from everywhere to say, this is it. Now, what I was speaking to, not necessarily a spread or no spread, is the fact that if Peter Obi and Atiku have gone on this race as to be, or that has shown for itself, what the mistake we shouldn't make in the state of Lagos is to have a replica of that. We can avert it. We have everything to do in averting this replica of this one. And secondly, you were talking about, yes, whether we rigged for them. No, that's only what I'm speaking to. We've started this campaign since October 12th. You know how many places I've visited actually. How many candidates do you see APC running on the streets with gun, trying to kill or shoot and do all of that with? Chando. Why? It's because he knows too much. It's because he understands the terrain. It's because
I asked you a question. The question I asked you was
the question you asked me.
You said PDP won in 2019.
PDP won.
And you say you know what you did. That
PDP won.
APC was emerged.
Listen,
what did you do?
Listen, PDP won in 2019.
In Lagos?
In Lagos.
So what did you do to turn the results?
PDP won in 2019. The attitude of declare us the winner, let them go to court. I don't know if you did. Declare us the winner, let them go to court. See, we understand. That's why I said in my opening statement.
Okay.
We are taught that. Hold on.
Let's quickly go to Alhaji.
We are taught that INEC will live up to the fact that the result will be transmitted. This will be done in 2, 3, 4. This election on Saturday, we will meet ourselves. When iron touch iron, one will bend.
Okay. Let's not threaten anything, please.
No, it's not. That one is not war.
Okay.
We're talking on the electionary process.
Okay. Alhaji, I'd like to come to you on that point we made. And good to see you again. And congratulations to your candidates for a hard-fought race, Alhaji. Alhaji Galadima.
Hello?
Yes, can you hear me, Alhaji?
Yes.
I know you want to comment on the argument I put forward.
Well, I don't need really to comment because you know, as everybody knows, first, I have claimed that we are not on the ballot. Have you seen us on the ballot on Saturday? Have you seen NNPP on the ballot?
But Labour Party had those issues too, Alhaji.
But you saw the symbol of the Labour Party, very clear with coloration. Our own is not there. So, having said that, I want to tell you that only Senator Kwankwaso contested this election as a national presidential candidate. Because even when northern groups called him for a meeting to determine who to support, that is running for the presidency of Nigeria, not the presidency of northern Nigeria. That is on record. And we have this dismal performance, not because he was not popular, but because we were not on the ballot. Legible. We are not legible. Our symbol is not legible. Our name is not on the ballot. And I also want to say that I thought it was Arise TV that at about 9:15 showed General Buhari, the President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, voting and showing to the whole world who he has voted for, and asked all supporters and from the catchment area that Kwankwaso comes from to vote for Asiwaju Ahmed Bola Tinubu. And the Attorney General had also done that. That alone is a desecration of the secrecy of the ballot in an enlightened environment. That alone could have nullified this election. And I want to remind those of you who don't know that the military annulled the election of Chief MKO Abiola simply because he wore a face cap with the horse and went to vote. He was only a candidate. So Nigeria has a history of all this. But the truth of the matter is that stand the test of justice and truth. That would be our this thing. I am saying this as Buba Galadima, when my party meets today at 2 p.m., we will decide on which line of action to take. We are in support of what I will call peace in this country, but not peace at the expense of justice. Because when there is no justice, there is going to be no peace anywhere in the world, in any circumstance. So Senator Kwankwaso is the hero of this election. He is the one that ought to have won this election, but because he was systematically being chased out by INEC and his party, and said Professor Mahmoud knows his antics against this NNPP. We were not defeated at all. And the results cannot be true of what is happening. In fact, if in 2019, the total votes of that election was 32 or 34 million, and today we have only barely 23 million people that voted, it means the remaining 8 or 10 million ought to have voted for Senator Rabiu Musa Kwankwaso, but because he has no symbol, because the name of his party was not there, that was why we have a low turnout on that election.
Well, very quickly. Yes, symbol of political parties. Section 79 of the Electoral Act, Section 42, gives INEC the power to design ballot papers. But what is your party planning to do? Your personal opinion now, ahead of your meeting at 2 o'clock, as you said. Are you going to court? Why have you not gone to court? Your party has already called for the cancellation of the results.
I cannot.
Your party has already called for the cancellation of the presidential election results. INEC says whoever is aggrieved should go to court. How quickly are you going to court? And just in case, INEC does not even change the ballot papers. Those basket of fruits that you said are not showing very well in the logo of your party. Will you go ahead and be part of the March 11 gubernatorial and House of Assembly elections? Or if you are ignored by INEC, you will stay away from subsequent election. And Jandor, quickly, you said you are talking. Okay, let me give him his question. I'll come back to you. You say that you are talking to the candidate of the Labour Party.
No, across board.
To who?
Other candidates across board. Other candidates.
Oh, you are talking to all candidates.
We're all talking.
Okay, and you have made a point about how Labour Party's victory owes largely to the symbolism of Peter Obi. But if it is proposed to you that Labour Party, having taken the lead in Lagos State in the presidential election, to forces Labour Party and step down for Gbadebo Road's rival, will you do so? Well, before we come back to you, let's go back to Alhaji Galadima. Alhaji Galadima, yes, we're back to you.
Well, Dr. Ruben Rabati, I don't want to preempt what the meeting of 2 p.m. today will do. Because if I make my personal opinion, it means it will affect the outcome of that meeting. And of course, remember that Senator Rabiu Musa Kwankwaso was is the presidential candidate of the NNPP. So he has a lot to do, a lot to say, and a lot of wisdom to deliver in that meeting. It is when we meet that the nation will know his political stand on this issue.
Okay, back to you, Jandor.
Okay, quickly, Dr. Abati, let me start this way. Gbadebo Rosevival, Akin Braithwaite, Olufunso Duarte, yours truly, there is none of us that I've mentioned that is not, if I were qualified, more than qualified than the placeholder we have in office today. I don't know if you understand what I'm saying. All of us, and I've said this over and over again, even in the debates, when we had the debate, that combine these forces, we'll be able to dislodge these people. So in doing so, we have to do a critical analysis of how much work everybody has put into this. Okay, I am running on my own merits. Everybody has gone to know Jandor. I've visited the 245 wards that we have in Lagos, everywhere, including the riverine, everywhere on this journey. So if we sit down, prominent Lagosians, few, and we sit down and they say, okay, we're looking at these things and then this is what to go. The questions that we need to put forward is that, are you all ready to take responsibility for what it is? Jandor is more than myself sitting here. I came with a large crowd from APC. There are a lot of people who are on this with me. So the moment, whatever decision I take is going to affect whatever it is that you do. You understand? Because this, it's about traction. It's not just about you. It's about the huge followership you have. It's about that, your personality and what's it. And this election is not a gentleman election. Dr. Bati, in this election, you can't, it's not a gentleman election. And the people there on the street, they know that person that they've been running up and down, attacking, shooting guns, and all of those things. They know. So, it's not about me, it's about Lagos. It's about the people of Lagos. It's about all of us. What we need to do is to take this off. No matter we get it, but let's put our best foot forward.
Well, let me start from where you just stopped in terms of they know who is.
Supposed to answer the question.
Oh, no, Alaji answered
Alaji
first.
says
Yeah,
we
he
should wait
answered,
till after
he
the
answered
meeting
first.
of the party. Sorry.
Okay, yeah. So I'll start from where you said they know who are the people carrying the guns. They know the people who are, causing violence in Lagos State. I'd like you to expand on that because that's a big one. On Saturday, we had the elections in Lagos State marred by incidents of violence. A notable one is the one in Ikate, Elegushi, where they literally scattered the ballot boxes and the military had to be invited to intervene in order for the people to exercise their franchise. We also saw the video from Surulere, where a young man was threatening the electorates present there that they should, if they're not voting a particular party, or if they're not voting, if they're going to vote a particular party, they should leave Lagos. So it was marred with violence. Now, from this, what is your party doing to ensure that 11th of March, we have a safer environment for people to go out to exercise their franchise? And are you certain, or do you have an idea of who is behind the violence that happened on Saturday, and what are you doing to seek redress? Then for Alhaji Galadima, it's difficult to understand where you begin to make your argument with regards to the number of votes that you were able to poll in different areas. Let me just give you some figures. So for instance, if we start from the first state that was announced, in Ekiti State, your party was only able to poll 264 votes. The winner getting 200,004. Let's move on to the north. In Lagos State, you had only 8,442 votes to the winning 582,454. In Nasarawa State, you got 12,715 votes. And those are the numbers, aside, of course, from Kano State. How do you begin to make an argument that you were denied when we see the pool of other parties in this state? Who robbed you of your votes? Who changed the results? Is it just one party or the other three who came ahead of you? I'll start with Jandor first, please.
Okay, Dr. Abati, Ayo, and Rufai. I like to speak to my people in Lagos State, and I will speak. You permit me, I don't know, maybe Rufai will help me to translate this in English, because there is no output in English that we understand. There's a saying in Yoruba parlance that let me tell you the way it is. In the state of Lagos,
this is your alliterative
Dr. Bati, in the state of Lagos, hoodlums were attacking the people of Lagos. It's not about Jandor or anybody. People of Lagos, in the state of Lagos. And the man who is the chief security officer of the state has never for once come out to condemn that. So it speaks to his culpability. Maybe that would answer your question. Secondly, Ikate issue that you mentioned. And hoodlums came, scattered everywhere, and all of that, only for a traditional ruler to come all out and say it is wrong for you to transmit or to transfer to where you're not living. Are you saying if my job is of the essential services and I know I'm going to be at work and I want to, exercise my rights that I cannot transfer to that place. I mean, which part of the law is that? And he's then saying that that is the reason why we scatter the place. If you sum it up, why will you come? You see, this is what it is. I am saying he should come all out as the CSO of the state, condemn the act, go after the people, and give us a scapegoat. I am the head of this family. That young man is scattering everywhere, beating everybody, and I kept quiet. You would have known that I'm the one that sent the boy message now. So this is what we are speaking to. Now, speaking to the coming election and ask us what are we going to do about it. It is not our own job to do something about it. It's our own job to call on the authority to do something about it. It's our own job, and which we have done over and over again. The Inspector General of Police, the Commander-in-Chief of the Federal Republic of Nigeria should step into this, and everybody, you know. But this is what I want to say to the people of Lagos, and they need to hear this. We have 13,325 polling units in Lagos. Come all out across and exercise your rights. There is no how they will have capacity to disrupt election in the entire 13,325. They did it on Saturday. At the end of the day, Peter Obi won that election. We will do same this election, and we will win. We'll win for the people of Lagos. It's not about me. It's about everybody in Lagos. We need to come all out and take this. We have never been this hopeful. We will get it this time, and we're going to win it.
Thank you very much. I'd like to go over to Alhaji Galadima now to respond to the question.
Well, Ayo, I think I was talking to the deaf when I was making this allegation that we were not on the ballot. Maybe you didn't vote. If you had voted, maybe you didn't vote for NNPP. If you had voted for NNPP, you could have had the difficulty of identifying which symbol is NNPP when NNPP is not clearly written. We are saying we have been excluded. If you are excluded, how do your supporters know and vote for you? What happened in Kano is that the blood image of the basket was what we thought was NNPP, and all of us went into action, for telling all our supporters, using all our they should vote number so. That is why Kwankwaso had a low votes in Kano. He ought to have scored 3 million and above. So the issue is that we have been excluded. Once there is no symbol, once there is no name, how can you vote? It's not a true reflection, actually, of the strength of Kwankwaso in this election.
But Alhaji, so sorry to come in.
That is the issue.
Alhaji, so sorry to come in before we wrap up. Which one should we believe? At first, you said by your account, he scored 1.5 million votes. Now you're saying he should have scored 3 million votes. So which one should we believe? But we need to go, Alhaji.
I say he should have, but he scored 1.5.
Okay. Thank you so much, Alhaji. We need to go. We need to go, Alhaji.
There is no...
Well, thank you so much.
You don't want me
Alhaji.
to answer you?
Okay, please go ahead and...
No, Alhaji, we need to go. Our producer said we should
let
go.
him say what he has to say. Please go ahead. Alhaji, please go ahead. But in less than a second, if you can.
What we are saying is that the votes we have on our record is about 1.5. I said that if that picture has not been blurred, Kwankwaso ought to have scored not less than 3-point-something million from Kano alone. There is no ambiguity in what I have said.
Okay,
and we are the only people who speak the truth.
Well, thank you so much.
In this election. And we stand by our principles. And Kwankwaso is the person to beat in any election. Chips are down.
We have to go now.
Don't forget that all the international community, the IRI, the NDI, and the European Union have given a verdict that this election is below the standard required internationally and for Nigeria.
All right, thank you so much.
That.
Thank you, Alhaji Galadima. Thank you so much. I thank you, Jandor, for coming today on the show. We look forward to more conversations and, of course, ahead of 11th of March 2023 when we go to the polls for the gubernatorial and State House of Assembly elections. We'll take a short break now. When we return, Nigeria Decides 2023 will continue. Stay with us.
Enjoy 50% discount off in the Airtel Home Broadband Season of Love offer. Buy a router for just 10,000 naira and get up to 240 gigabyte, or a MiFi for 5,000 naira and get up to 125 gigabyte bonus data. More data, more you. Reliable home broadband by
Airtel, the smartphone network.
As you adjust to the new realities for operating your business and engaging with your customers, let us help you transform your business into a digital powerhouse capable of adapting and updating. With our best-in-class array of digital solutions, you can conduct your business, receive payments from your customers, and perform transactions quickly, safely, and conveniently, because we've got you covered with the right people, technology, and service offerings. Contact us today and let us take your business to its zenith. Zenith Bank, in your best interest.
Every day, life presents hopes, dreams, and challenges. Challenges that can become successes with a little help. Because a little help can empower you to go from despair to celebration. A little help can keep you going until the race is won. A little help can turn bundles of anxiety into a bundle of joy. And with Glow Data, you get much more than just a little help. You get the biggest data deals in town to make every day glow with small wins and big wins. Dial *777# to select your Glow Data plan.
My name is Abdurrashid Bawa, the Executive Chairman, Economic and Financial Crimes Commission. I want to use this medium to urge all Nigerians to eschew all manner of electoral fraud, either through vote selling or fraudulent manipulations of electoral processes. I'm fully persuaded that we can run our electioneering processes devoid of any form of criminality. Let us all be committed to a free, fair, and credible dealings in the exercise of our democratic rights. Thank you.
Report any electoral fraud to the following numbers. You can also send any relevant information to info@efcc.gov.ng or to all our social media platforms @official EFCC. Also, use the EFCC mobile app, the Eagle Eye, to report. Your vote is your power. Protect it.
Welcome back to Nigeria Decides 2023 here on Arise News. Just in case you are just joining us, the Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, has declared the presidential candidate of the All Progressives Congress, APC, Bola Ahmed Tinubu, as the winner of the 2023 and of Mahmoud Yakubu, declared Tinubu the winner at exactly 4:10 a.m. today in Abuja. The former Lagos State governor polled a total vote of 8,794,726 to defeat his closest rival and the presidential candidate of the People's Democratic Party, PDP, Atiku Abubakar, who scored 6,984,520 votes, and Peter Obi of Labour Party, who polled 6,101,533 votes. The presidential candidate of the new Nigeria